Ah! No way! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? That's an accident. Freaking Vito. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Dinell, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I want my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished. Oh, time to beat 23 hours, 28 minutes. Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. What is up?
Monkey do good. Monkey do very good.
Yo. Yeah, I'm just setting up stream right now. Gotta go yet? Alright. Alright. Oh god. What's up, guys? How you doing, doctor? How you doing, Timmy? How you doing, pigeons? Timmy getting first. Pigeons with the first emote. What's up, guys? How y'all doing? Should I shave? Yes or no? Yo, I want to shave. Look at this. It's so nasty. Look at that. How are you guys doing? I added a new command. Wow. But I'm not going to show you guys what it is. Just kidding. The new command is... What is it? I added a new command. I forgot it already. Oh, yeah. Overall watch time. Yeah, leaderboards and overall watch time. Hey, it's working. So, this should be here. This is overall. Unfortunately, it doesn't count all the other times, so it's starting now. Should probably make an announcement on the Discordo. Oopsies. God Monkey. Info. I was actually gonna stream Celeste today, but it wasn't installing for some reason. So I'm gonna try to push it for tomorrow. Yeah. Today we're gonna do Hollow Knight, and then we'll do all the Wordle stuff, and then GeoGuessr, and then we'll call it a night. Wow, wow, wow. But I hope y'all are doing well. Sometimes I start with talking to you guys. Today we're just gonna get straight into it, because I could talk to you guys while playing this game, so it should be gooch. Gooch, as the kids say. There we go. Oh, I forgot I could fly now. Let's go. Buddy, boy, make a big noise playing on the streets. Gonna be a big man someday. Come on my face. Big disgrace. Somebody better put you back into your place. We will. Oh, I messed it up. I messed it up, bro. I messed it up. What do I do now? Do. Oh yeah, I explored quite a bit of this section. Ooh, you're excited for a boss I might be fighting today? Ooh, what I've realized, I don't know if this is true, but it feels like no, that's wrong. Subs is 0 out of 5 now. One moment, please. Okay, there we go. That's better. What I've noticed is that it's usually one day of awesomeness in Hollow Knight, and then one day of me being lost. That's what it seems like. I don't know if it's true, though. Overall watch time. Hey, Cortez, you're really early. What's up, bro? I'm surprised. What's up? How's life? Then just don't get lost. Coming from you, bro. Come on. Yeah, so the overall watch time is, I should have just put it to start. I should have put it to start April 1st. But no, it starts today. From now on, overall watch time will be a thing. Wow! It took long enough, but I made it happen. Which means that we'll still have monthly watch time for Hall of Fame and stuff, but we're going to have overall watch time with the leaderboards, which is going to be nice. How are you? Thanks for asking. I'm doing great. I'm doing awesome, actually. I just talked with my editor today. We're going to start doing weekly videos, like one video a week on the main channel so that the videos could be higher quality. And yeah, and I'm feeling good. I listened to some Korean today, about 4.5 hours of Korean language, and it actually doesn't sound like gibberish today, so that's cool too. Wow. Yeah. So watch time is your watch time. Overall watch time will be, it'll make more sense after this month, which ends. When does this month end? Really soon. Tomorrow? I don't know. So watch time resets every month, but overall will never reset. How are you still alive? There you go. I still hate that my PC broke all to my little sis. Yeah, that is very aw, bro. But you know what? You get to spend quality time on Ping's stream. Wow. I don't know why it says 0 seconds. It might have to spend some time reloading. Reloading? Oh shit, I'm on 1 heart. Oh my god. 360p, yuck. Oh, you're on 360p? Oh, that sucks. By the way, Timmy, Tommy, how what are you having for dinner, bro? Better be some amazing food. Oh my god, how many are there? Pizza. Oh, I'm so jealous. Homemade pizza sounds mad good. You might want to check your map. I don't have a map. Wait, I actually don't have a map for this area. Sheesh. Why, should I go here? Is there anything there? I don't know if I could go that way. I don't know if it's... Shit. Buy the beans? Nah, I'm done with the beans, bro. Maybe not what I was referring to, though. Oh. Where do I go? Oh, I forgot I could use that now. Oh. Here I have a area too. Oh, I got a key recently. Didn't I get a key? Damn it. Buy the beans. Nah, we're done with beans, bro. I had, how many beans I had? Like over 500, I think. I'm good. Yeah, drama class today. Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, we do Wordles every single day that I stream, which is almost every day. I'm streaming pretty consistently now. But usually we start with something else and then we go to Wordle. A shopkeeper's key. Oh, do I have to go all the way back to the top? It's been a while since I've been there. Since I've been gone. But how the hell do I get back? Oh. How do I teleport? I need to get the stupid shit. Think I remember where to get that? I don't remember. My teacher's name is Mr. Thind. Okay. Is that a special name? Since you've been gone. Missing monarch, we need you now. Return to us. Ah. Thin D? Oh. Well, is it a guy? Oh, is it Mr.? Oh, listen, bro. Some people have thin penises, bro. There's nothing wrong with that. I'll get the answer last. I'm not gonna spoil it, though. Yeah, don't spoil, bro. But there's so many Wordles to do. I'm sure you'll have fun with some of them at least, you know? You know what I'm saying? Since you've been gone. I thought I talked to that guy before. In this area. Wait, have I never gone up here? Yeah, because I never access to this. I never had access to this. Check the labeled spot. You haven't been here. Yeah, here, yeah? It looked like somewhere I was it for a second. That's why I was confused. But Thind, he's the funniest teacher. What does he say that's funny? Damn, look at that dancing, pigeons. I've only done Nerdle and Wordle. Good. Don't do the others. We gotta do it together. Oh shit, what the hell? Wait, chill. What? Come on, bro. Wait, what if I hit him? Damn it. Play waffle? We'll get to them. You're saying it wrong. Thind? Thinned. Oh, thinned. Mr. Thinned. That's annoying to say, though. I don't know why. Oh, what the hell? Whoa. We'll play them later, guys. Like in an hour or so. Depending on how this game goes. Maybe an hour and a half. Yo, if I didn't have enough money, that would have been so annoying. Let's go. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. I feel like I didn't explore any of that, though. What? Palace grounds. Yo, what's up, bro? Somewhere along the lines, the place where I was born and raised. Damn. He wants to find the nest. Didn't even know the stags traveled so deep. Wait, what? Yo, let's go. There's a bench. Oh, now it's filled in. Okay, that makes sense. There's some weird thing there, too. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Wait, what? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Where do I go to do the thing? Oh, right here. It looks so weird. Almisodo. Damn, look at him. He's like a horsey. What audio you think they use for that? Shut up. What's waffle? Waffle? Is it pronounced waffle? Imagine I have the key to the highway. There must be oh, I forgot I could do this. Whee! Oh shit! What the hell was that? There's something up there. Oh, I got the key. What does this do? Oh, holy shit. What? Oh! Bruh! You scared me. Oh my god. GG. You don't have to have any regrets. Gee, why did that scare me? I think it's kind of like... Where's the game? I think it's kind of like a crossword with 5 different wordles, and you have to move the letters to make them work. Oh, that's cool. Type of wordle. The wordle stopped me for a second. What did I... So I just broke... Oh, I'm breaking her candles. There's Joe Mama! Wait, you're free of regret. You don't need my services? Oh, Jadari. Bro, I thought it was gonna be a new area. That was less cool than I thought it would be. You did crosswordle. We did that yesterday, no? I don't remember. Look how good I am. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Wait, have I ever gone up here? This is where you start the game, I think. Beyond this point, you enter the land of King and Creator. Oh, this is what happened the first time. What the hell? Am I supposed to come up here? Ah! I don't remember this. I thought you were talking about crosswordle. Oh. Oh shit. Oh shit, what? Oh, it's an actual thingy. The hell? Where am I? Okay. Money! Money, money, money! It's so funny! This was literally the beginning of the game. Whoa, what the hell is that? Oh, I remember that. I was trying to describe, I've never actually done it though. Oh. Mathler and Nerdle are similar. Yeah, we played them yesterday. They were similar, but they were fun. Oh, holy shit. What the hell? What happens if... Oh, shit. Your great strength. Wait, oh, it said something. What does it say? It's just teaching you how to play the game. Symbols sucked? They were all okay, but yeah. Wait, what was here? I feel like I missed something. Whoa. Okay. Oh, it's just money. Money, money, money. It's so funny. And a rich man. Look how good I am now. I'm like a goddamn beast. Okay, so there's nothing new here. This is literally just where you start, I think. Unless at the entrance there's something cool. Oh, what? What is... Oh. Stuff in unavailable? Bro, why does it do that, bro? Unpause. Alright. Thank you for letting me know. It should become available in 10 seconds. Maybe the way to beat the game is getting enough stuff to... Bruh. We just lost thousands of viewers because of that, bro. Come on. Come on. You broke my internet. I just beat the whole game as you broke my internet. Alright, coming back here was pretty pointless. There's nothing here. But it's kind of cool that we have access to it. Yeah, we got hacked, bro. Sheesh. The hell is this? Oh. Whee! Whee! Wait, what the hell? Where am I going? Holy shit! What the hell? Wait, we gotta try that. What the hell? Time to save up for VIP. Thanks for the follow, Walterelian. Walterelian. What a name. What a guy. I don't know if you're a guy, but what a name. Welcome. Well, I gotta figure out what the hell was that. Can I reach it from here? Holy shit. Since you've been gone. Holy shit, no, so close. You have to jump and do that? I don't think, no, I can't jump into it. I can't do it midair. You are new. What's up? Welcome. Welcome, Walter. Do you like Hollow Knight? This is my first playthrough. Buddy really went supersonic racing. Is this supersonic racing? No, I gotta make this, bro. I wanna see what's there. Oh, I don't have access to it. Okay. What the hell, though? That was so random. Whee! Oh, no more wee. Let's see if the bench recognized part of it. Cool. It doesn't really recognize it. No se tango and guess? I don't understand English? Oh. Yo no soy yo no soy hablo inglés español, bro. Just a little bit. I'm sad baseball hasn't started yet. Aww. Just play hockey, bro. You're Canadian anyway. Well, you're in Canada anyway. Well, you're, Canadian anyway. Where do we go? A ping no tampoco. That probably didn't make sense. I don't know. Maybe it did. It's probably more we could do now. We haven't been here in a minute, bro. Yo, I love... Isn't that awesome? Isn't the Dragonite awesome? Gotta thank Dinel for the sub. I think you did thank him, but yeah. I remember when those things used to be so annoying. Now they're so easy. Alright, we gotta go down and then left. It looks like we have access to whatever that is. Jujoy no pasa nada? Ajá, el maestro de ping pong no hablo inglés. Sí. Poco poco hablo. ¿Eh? No hablo español, hablo inglés. Lo siento por los inconvenientes ocasionados. Oh, yours. Bro, I thought Walter was saying that. I was like, what? Thank you, thank you. You're translating. Let's go. Why is the game... Stop it. Watching you barely miss areas, then walking away thinking there's nothing is tough. Wait, was there something actually in that area? No, I didn't think there was nothing. I just thought I'm not able to access it yet. Am I able to access it? Holy shit, I'll have to figure it out later. That's not what I tried to do. God damn it. Maybe. Let's go. Sí. Te salió el español. Mal, okay? Watching your breath. Yeah. If you weren't aware, you can crystal dash off walls too. You can? Holy shit! Yeah, I did not realize you could do that, bro. Holy shiitake mushrooms, baby. Ow. Walter, how do you say that hurt? Ah! Oh, I almost died. That hurto. Damn, I'm so much stronger than I used to be. Eso dolió pingor dijo. What? I don't know, bro. I don't know no Japanese, bro. I've been listening to Korean the past 2 days. I don't know that Japanese. That hurt, Ping Pong Master said? Oh, eso dolió. Sí. Sí means no. Holy shit. Ow! Oh, this... Okay, I see how hard this is, actually. Alright, I need to get more health before continuing that, bro. I need more health. Healtho, as they say. Top hours. Oh, I don't know if you heard. I added overall watch time. Ah! 11 months. Shit! Almost a year? Are you serious? Jesus Christ. Time flies when you're a streamer. I mean, when you're having fun. I can't believe it's been that long. I like this area the best so far, I think. I need to find more monsters to monster, though. It's more than a year. Has it? How long has it been? Oh, yeah. Aren't there big monsters here? Where is he? Let's go. Easy. I unfollowed and refollowed. Why'd you unfollow, bro? For the memes? Or you just wanted to stop watching? Because I don't remember. I don't remember what happened 11 months ago, bro. I barely remember what happened today. What? What does that even mean? Como va tu dia? What is your day? What type of waiter are you? Shit! Muy dificulto. Right? That's a thing. How's your day going? Ah, I know that. Holy shit. Wait. Let's go! Hell yeah! Oh my god, bro. Holy shit. Wait, how? Oh, I'm supposed to do the thing. I'm supposed to do the thing. Shit. I'm almost dead, bro. Oh god. I wish I could save this game. And the controller is being weird. Oh no, that's not good. Okay. Shit. I gotta risk this. I don't know what's ahead. Holy shit. Nah, chill, bro. I don't want to die here. Oh my god. Come on. Something. Don't pop out on me, but give me some shit. I'm walking here. I'm too scared to run. Or to speed up. Does this lead back? Can I break something? Oh shit. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Oh god. Dream nail them? Oh yeah. Dream nail. I forgot about doing that. I was scared to jump there. Pongo que water se fue. I have a Spanish keyboard. Oh, nice. What does supongo mean? It's sad that he didn't answer or something? Break the thing? Wait, break. Wait, I could break the. Break what thing? Walter probably left, yeah. It's because I look Spanish, so they get excited. Oh, that's what you said? Oh. Wait, break what thing? I have to remember, but ooh, how scary is that? I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm so confused. What am I supposed to dream now? Do you not see the vine? Oh, vines. You could dream nail vines? It's not working. Maybe I can't see the vines. I'm so lost, bro. Oh, you said vine, not vines. Bro, you're fucking dumb. Bro, I don't get it. It also helps me learn Spanish for next year. Oh, nice. Go back to where you... Okay. Guys, I'm trying to read chat at the same time. It's a hard job. And I'm trying not to die on one heart left. Oh, this? I can't hit it. Hit it normally? Should I hit it normally? Oh, what's up, Malik? Go back to where you were. If you read chat, you would see what he said. He said, I'm gonna lose my mind. Do you not see the vine? You're fucking dumb, bro. Bro, break the thing. When he said, bro, break the thing, I wasn't near it. I'm sorry. I don't really understand this game. Welcome back. I don't get it either. You'll get it in a second. Break the platform. Oh. What if I die? Ah! Get over. Okay, I got this. I got this. Let's go. No, don't die. Don't die. Oh, wait, I broke the platform, so I have access to go around now, right? I'm a goddamn genius. I'm a genius. Also, thank you. No, wait, are you serious? What's the point of this if I can't go all the way back up? It's not a shortcut. Why'd I listen to you guys? Wall jump up? I can't. There's a goddamn spines. You see? I can't. Not left side. I mean, I'm too dumb, bro. I'm too dumb. To the right, there's a wall jump, then fly. Bro, that's mad hard, bro. What, do you think I'm a genius at video games? Okay, I got this. God damn it. How you doing, Malik? You bored, bro? Don't kill him. Come on. Why can't you hold the dream nail? All right. All right, that should be enough. Bruh. Very bored? Yeah, I know. That's the only reason I would see you here. Oh, I get it. No, you idiot. Ugh. Bruh. This game's actually so frustrating. This is gonna take half an hour, bro. I might as well just use the whole path to go back there. I feel like I'm special right now. Oh my god. There we go. Do it then? Nah, I gotta learn how to get like better. Are you kidding me, bro? Bruh! There we go. Here, die. Bruh, like... I gotta learn no pixel hacking? Wouldn't you get banned if you hack in it? Bro, it's so hard! That's what she said. This is harder than doing the actual shit. Oh my god. Malik, usually stream is more exciting. I'm just really bad at this game. For banks? Bro. Okay, let's do this. Ugh. Are you guys trolling me? This is stupid. Elden Ring gets me even more tight. Have you been playing Elden Ring? I wasn't even aware that you had it, to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I was just playing around. Watch. Watch. Welcome back. Bro, just hit him! Bro! Jesus Christ. Ah. I'm actually going insane. Yeah, I'm just gonna try the normal path, bro. This path is bullshit. I'm like level 70. You almost broke your controller. Wow. Oh. Ha! I pressed the wrong button, bro. Shit! Bro, like... I didn't mean for you to die. At least I don't have people watch me fail. I'm pretty decent at this game. I'm just doing really bad in this area. Oh, finally. Okay, I'll take that. I overthought it, that's why. I overthought it. Yeah, this part is fine, I think. Oh, good shit, Ping. Let's go. I'm really decent at this game. Dies. Clipped. Chee! There you go. Thank you. Wait, can I go up there? Oh, I can. I hate this game. Ugh! Okay. Jesus. Oh, yes! There's a bench! Thank God. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, that guy's sexy, bro. Hello, Governor. How you doing, Dino? You have a taste of discovering thing? I was a nail master. Ooh. Secluded painting. Oh, wait. I want to learn your art. Wait, I want to learn it. I want to learn your shit, bro. Do it. Let's go. This game, you basically just explore the whole land. That's how this game works, pigeons. Let's go! It's gonna verse me now. Oh, what is this? Concentrate energy. Without holding up to perform the great slash. Oh. X is my jump button. You're lurking? Thanks for the lurk, bro. Shortcut's nice. El maestro de ping pong es malo en la noche hueso. I am not bad at night hollow. Wait, how do I cancel this? I didn't mean to do that. Alright, let's see if I could do this. Lymphao. Oh! If you guys find me funny, you could... Okay, that obviously doesn't work. Wait, can I do this? How? You know Spanish? Well, I know school Spanish, so... Bruh! I could definitely do this. What if I'm sitting at the bench? Oh, it doesn't let me do it. Oh, shit. That was weird. Alright, I'm just gonna ignore it and pretend I can't do it. Oh. Whoa. I don't know why I always pick this up. Whee! My brother took a night... Malik, you ever played this game? My brother took a night shift job and I have to watch the dog when he leaves, so I won't be on my PC as much. Aww. That sucks. But that's awesome that your brother... Well, I don't know if it's awesome if he has a night shift job. It's okay, it's okay. Thanks for letting me know. That's okay, I'm not gonna cry. That means you won't be able to play NoPixel as much, right? Oh, this was the shortcut, bro? What the hell? All of that was just to get the nail? Probably a pretty good nail, though. Oh, okay. Nah, looks fun. Yeah, they say it's the Dark Souls. They say it's a 2D Dark Souls game, essentially. It's free if you pay money, yeah. If you don't pay money, then it's not free though. Damn, that was cool. He starts at 10 p.m., so it's not that bad. Starts at 10 p.m. When does he end? That seems pretty crazy. This whole area is just like very long areas. I think I'm meant to explore this now. Should I go back to the beginning and do the thingy? Nah. Whee! I don't know. Starts tomorrow. Sheesh. Don't explode. Oh, I never went this way. Why did I never go this way? Oh, I remember this. I could definitely do this now. Oh my god, that's crazy. I remember being stuck somewhere. Oh shit, I need to go through this whole thing to do the whole shortcut. Bro, that's a lot of shit. Alright. Okay, somehow I made that. Yo, what's up, Nathan? Yo, see ya, Nathan. I think it's like 20 bucks. Ow! Shit, I have to start all over? What? There was nothing there. Maybe I should save somewhere closer to a closer bench. What's the closest bench here? Let's go save at the closest bench. I don't want to die here. Well, I don't want to die anywhere, but... Ow, I forgot they do that. Well, I have to try out the new thing I just got. Yeah, for those wondering, we play this game and then we go to Wordle and games like that. Oh, I don't have enough for this though. Ooh! Oh no, that's just a way to get up faster. Wait, I held the button. It didn't work. The great nail or whatever? It's not working. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, that was cool. Ow. Walter punched me again. Ay, Dios mío. Is that accurate? Ay, Dios mío. Alright. You know what? It's fine. We have a bunch of shit now. Shit! This type of shit is hard, man. Okay. Ah! Can I kill the lightning shit? Let's go. Look at these muscles, baby. This type of muscles you want. Shit. No. How do I cancel this shit, bro? How do I... Oh. Ow. I'm gonna try it one more time.
Wow.
Oh, shit. Wait, I could have done that. Do I try again and risk the death? Shit, I fucked up. Keep falling, bro. Okay. I know I don't need to do that. No, I forgot I was here. Ugh, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's actually not that bad of a recovery. Because I could just do this. Let's go. And... Oh my god. Let's go. There we go. Safe, dark. Yeah, where was this shit? Let's go. I remember seeing this in the past and trying to go through it. It's kind of cool that we can now, or it's easier to now. Wait, let's go to the bench here. In case I die, it's closer. Where is that shit? Oh, was it right here? Oh no. Let's go. Let's go. Whee! Because then we just fall there and boom, we're here. Look how much faster that is. Oh, we're not there, but we're closer. Now we're there. Alright. Did Nathan just come and go? I'll be back in like 15. Gonna make some ramen. Nice! I'm jealous. See you in about 15 then, bro. Bye-bye! I'm not gonna bye-bye because you'll be back. Shit, bro. How do I get that shit to me without dying? What if I go around? Will it follow me? It won't. Oh, I was almost there too. After that, it's over. This area is almost done with. God damn it, bro. Alright. Good, come to me. Whoa, 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 whoa! Woo! That was close. I don't know why I thought that would work. Oh, there we go. Ooh, that was close. Okay. Ooh, let's go, baby. Let's go. All that for that? All right. That's fine. That's fine. Ramen or chicken parm? Bro, those are both mad good, actually. Nice, thank you. It took me a while, but I got it. Ramen or chicken parm? There's three more directions in this area. Interesting. Ramen or chicken parm? Depends on depends on my mood, maybe. I feel like chicken parm's mad good. But ramen, like if you have shoyu ramen in like a restaurant in Japan or some good places in New York or Cali that have it, then that's like good ass ramen. I don't know. I might chicken parm is more I don't know, man. That's a really hard one. I really love ramen though. When I was in Japan at least. That shit was oh, I'm getting amazing memories from it now. Which way do I go here? What's better for you, Malik? Maybe ramen is better? I just remembered why those guys are annoying. Let's go. It looks like it's so much easier to do that. Okay. Hell yeah! We could actually do that now. Because we got the fucking flying shit. All right. Why are we giving Czech a parm? They don't even got hair. I don't know, bro. Mad Money MP is a weird guy. Chicken, not Czech. Does chicken not have hair? Roosters have hair. Yo, let's go. I didn't even see that. Money, money, money. I don't think I've been in this area. I did the bench thing, right? Why did I run straight into him? Oh, the birdos. The birdos lead the way. The birdos are very gay. What? What are you saying, Ben? You just made chicken parm? Bruh. Roosters are in fact not mammals and do not have hair. But they got that red thing on their head. That's not hair. I made ramen last week. Parm is better for any occasion, but ramen is better tasting. You know what? I think I would be inclined to agree with that. I mean, the parm you made was probably trash. Oh, this just connects back? Wait, why doesn't it say it connects back then? It should say it. That's so stupid. All right, we got to go above there and explore the above route. This just connects back to the first area. We've explored completely the first area. Shit. That's pretty cool, bro. I think. All right, so we're going to go all the way left here. I'm pointing at the monitor like you guys could see my fingers. And then we're going to go up. Up, up, and away. What if I... Oh. Never mind. Whee! Bruh. I'm about to die to a goddamn loser. My parm is fire? I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm a hater, bro. Bro, when are we gonna start doing skits together, man? Now you're thinking with portals? Portals? What? I saw that money. I'm a Jew. I'll never not see money. Nazi? What? Oh, shit. Don't die there. Did we go too far? No, we're still good. Whee! Yo, that's so OP. We doing one right now? Ah! No, we're not. This is not a podcast. It's a reference. I just mean you're actually using your movement stuff to your advantage. Let's go. You're trying to say that I'm a decent player, yeah? You're trying to say that. That's so sweet, bro. Thank you. Alright, this bench looks to be the closest. You're thinking with portals. Hell yeah, bro. Because now I have more movement stuff to do. That's why, bro. I didn't have the wings before. It's not that I couldn't think before. It's that I couldn't. Well, it's that I didn't have the ability to. All right, here we're going to go right. Shit, there's one closer. God damn it, bro. This shit always confuses me. Like, always. All right, let's heal up here. Let's heal up here. The hell is this? You know what we're gonna do, actually? We're gonna come back here. We're gonna go to the cooler area. We're gonna go to the area I tried to go to before, but I was too dumb to. Shut up, stag. Wings are actually way less useful than you would think. Oh. Oh, interesting. I mean, it's pretty cool. I like the wings. They feel useful to me. This shit is mad useful and really cool. And feels so OP. And obviously wall jumping is similar. I guess if you're a pro player, wings are useless. But if you're me, then they're not. How the hell am I supposed to do that, bro? Okay, I think I know how to do it. Maybe I should check out the stores later, too. I think I know what to do here. I'm I'm gonna do this. Watch this. I'm a goddamn beast, bro. I'm a genius. I'm a goddamn genius. Oh, shit. I forgot about that. What if I... Oh, the game is a... Whoever made this game is a genius, bro. I thought I would find a spot that's higher to do this. But there is no higher spot. Look at that. Let's go. Are you sure I have access to this thing? What the fuck, bro? I feel like I don't.
Really?
What's up? They're good, but in terms of what they actually unlock, it's not as much as you'll think on your first playthrough. Ah, gotcha. On your first playthrough. Bro, I'm a pro. I'll figure it out. This is not what I was referring to? Oh. What the hell is that? Papanada. Ooh, the roots. Oh, shit. That's actually useful. I'm just gonna buy this one too, because why not? Pins are... Oh my god. Pins are cool. Comfort my asshole. What? Ping, what are you saying? Oh, let me talk to the old guy. Maybe he'll say something.
Oh, Papa.
What?
Patamascio.
Patamascio? I said that beautifully. I can't buy any of this shit. Sheesh. NPCs sound like Sims. I know, right? Go visit the graveyard? Oh, he wants me to visit the graveyard. Don't tell me how to live my life. Oh, an area I missed at the start of the game area? Oh, shit. Maybe I'll go back there. Fucking ads. Can we get a Sag in chat for ads? Sag. Malik, you have Amazon Prime and you don't watch anyone on Twitch. Use it on me, bro. Multidos anuncios. Portal dead. What? Oh, that's how you do it. That's definitely how you do it. All right, I got it. Whee! 10 more seconds of portal. What does portal dead mean? Okay, I'm gonna do it this time. And then I'll go back to the start area to see what's there. Ads should have finished now. Don't worry, guys. Nothing happened except me screwing this up. Bro, I screwed up the order. I was supposed to dash first. I screwed up on purpose because I knew you guys had ads. So now I'm not gonna screw up. Okay, I'm gonna turn the other way and then dash and then fly and wall jump. I think that's what I have to do. No, I tried to dash. Oh, welcome back, Cortez Stinky. You're stinky. Because you play baseball. You get stinky after playing, no? 16 and Q. Let's fucking God? I don't want to do that to God, bro. I'm not about that. I'm sorry. Hell yeah, let's go ramen. Let's go. Wow. I need more buttons. I need more visual buttons. Oh, it doesn't let me dash. It actually didn't let me dash. Why did that feel more powerful? Doctor, am I getting the right idea at least? Or am I like really lost? Oh, you could stop it midway like that. Ah. Fuck. Oh, I had to go the other way. I think I have to use my angel wings and then wall jump from the right dash and then wall jump from the right side. Just realized? What'd you just realize? What the hell? What happened? Infected. Holy shit! Yo! That's sick! What the hell's that? Jesus. Oh shit! Alright, we're gonna come back here, bro. What the? Oh my god, what happened? This game's crazy. Yeah. Oh, you subscribed? You should share the subscription so it pops up, Malik. Otherwise, I don't know if you subscribed or not, you know? It might work. There's a super easy way to do this that you're missing, but you're someone close. I'm someone close? I'm someone close. Oh, I get it. I stop it mid-air when I'm close to the gate, and then I jump with my angel wings. Let's go. I get it. You're crazy? I am crazy. You post a pic in Discord? Hell yeah, we got ramen picture. Come on, the second I see the shit. No, it didn't work. I thought that would have worked. Let's go to Discordo. Discordo. Bro. That ramen looks like instant ramen, bro. It looks pretty good. But it doesn't look amazing, bro. Not the best picture. Looks decent, though. Looks decent. You want to see real ramen? You want to see real goddamn ramen, bro? I'm going to show you real ramen right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah? Why are you talking like that, Pink? Calm down. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Should we go full face? So you guys can see my face and how brown it is while I look for the photos. Photos from Japan. Let's see. Ramen. This is real ramen. Okay? This is real ramen. It's instant ramen? Okay. This is legit ramen, okay? This is in Japan. This shit is so good, guys. This shit is so good, okay? Then we got like this one was not that good. Oh, this one is so good. I think this was in Hokkaido. When you have the spicy ramen, bro. Oh, my ID is there. Oopsies. Or my Japanese ID. You guys can't read that. Look at that. That's not even ramen. That's pizza. Japan was all a dream? Wait, really? It was? Alright, well. I'm gone then. Maruchan is better? Yeah, Maruchan is good. It's instant ramen if you know where to buy good ramen here. I don't know where to buy good ramen in Cali. Thank you for the sun. Thank you for the sun. Mad Money MP. Yeah. I look mad good bald. Bro, I'm gonna go bald before the end of the year. Like, I don't want to say 100%, but like, I'm pretty sure I will. Udon is way better than ramen. I used to thought udon is... You think you could just Google ramen and think we wouldn't notice? Yeah, but you noticed. That's why you're my mod, bro. I added a green onion from our garden, poached an egg. Hell yeah, that's awesome. And added a gochujang. And kimchi. Hell yeah. Bro, it's cool because all I do is listen to Korean now. So I can relate to you more, Cortez, even though you're not Korean. Udon, I used to like udon better than ramen too. Maybe I still do like udon better, but ramen has much more flavor. Oh, you guys are just making me so hungry, bro. What the hell am I supposed to... Oh. Am I supposed to use the purple thing to jump? Maybe I have to use the purple thing? That doesn't make sense, though. It's lower down. Depends on the place. Yeah. I mean, do they have good places in Canada for ramen and stuff? It's Canada. Wait, did I go faster? Yeah, I gotta time this well. I don't get this thing. I go to Ike Sushi. What's Ike Sushi? I feel like that makes it more powerful. I don't know what I've never heard of Ike Sushi. Maybe it's a Canadian thing. A place near my house. Gotcha, gotcha. Bro, give me a hint, doctor. Would you say that it's good? Could I have wall kicked there, like against the gate? Watch me go all the way up there and there's not much there anyway. I'll be like, shit. Streamer versus streamer, Spy Party Shenanigans. Check it out. For those wondering, I'm changing my YouTube schedule to once a week videos to have more quality videos. So, yeah, that should be cool. I feel like you could do these a bit differently. Okay, I'm giving up on this, bro. I don't get it. We're gonna go back to the beginner area that has some stuff, apparently. See what I mean? Every time I play Hollow Knight, there's like one stream that's really good, and then the next Hollow Knight stream is like really boring, and then the next one's really good. You gotta figure it out if you really want to go there. Or just skip it and find the intended route later. You gotta figure it out if you're... Oh. When is the next Mario Kart tournament? Great question. No idea. I'm trying to set up a bunch of different stuff right now at the same time. So I'm not sure. But I might make a viewer tournament. This sometime next month. I wanted to do a Super Smash Bros. Tournament next month, but I'm not sure about that yet. I don't get this shit. Give away a sub or something? Oh, for a viewer tournament? Yeah, I'll probably just give a sub. I'm running low on funds right now, so I don't want to hype it up too much, you know? If you want this stream to be interesting, take a peek at your map. Look for masks. Is that a mask? What the hell's a mask? All right, you told me there's something here that I missed. Let's look for that for a second. Let's. Ping, are you done? The full map? Oh. But still, you said there's something interesting here. I want to hit everything. Ooh, the butterflies. I should be able to do something with this shit. That would be cool. Did I miss something up here? Wasn't it money or some shit? If you get bored, I have a task for you. Okay. Wow, I want to see the thing in the entrance. We're gonna go all the way back. Let's go. Fly, na, 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 na. Can I break this? Nope. Arm on Discord. Better be sexy. So we could compare the ramen and the parm and see who wins. The winner. Oh, that actually looks pretty weird. But nah, that looks pretty good, bro. Bro, you guys are making me hungry. If I would compare these two pictures, I would say parm wins. But that's because this is like... Oh, but ramen is so good, man. And this doesn't look bad. It's just... Oh, I hate you guys. My mouth is literally watering. And I ate good food today. I can't. What am I doing? Holy shit. The hell? How did I miss that? Oh, it's so weird. Oh. Money flying. What the hell? This feels like Jump King, bro. No wonder you like this game. It's pretty much like Jump King. Did I just connect? Ooh, I just got chills, bro. Oh, this is where I started the game, I think. Bro. Oh, is there a boss here? He said first try Gorb. I got 2 extra lives too, which is nice. So I hope there's a... Oh, shit. Give me a second, bro. Let me see what else is here. No! I'm a dumbass. I lost my extra heart. Alright, let's just verse. I am Gorb. The great mind, Gorb. Challenge him? Yeah, sure, let's do it. The hell? Why does he sound so stupid? Ow! This is so weird! Ah! What the hell? Shit! What, can I hide? Ah! Chill. I could hide. Oh, shit. What the hell? It goes through the map? Ah! What the hell? It went through the map. Oh. No. Oh. Why did I verse Gorb? I should have looked for a bench first. Oh. Easy 10 points. Not many people voted there. Alright, we need you, bro. Oops. Why does he keep doing that? Add faith. Aww. How many points you put on me? Don't put that many points on me in this game. I used to be pretty decent. Now I suck. Well, it's because the game got harder, obviously. But why did I spawn all the way? Oh, no. That's fine. I don't want to lose another heart. These are free hearts. Wait, where the hell was it? Was it down? I don't remember where it was. Where the hell was this shit? Oh, it was down. Move, you stupid shit. Go all in on yes. Ping has this for sure. Don't listen to Doctor. Ping doesn't have this for sure. What? Where the hell was this shit, bro? I'm so good. I'm a dumbass, bro. The hell? Oh, I had to go this way, yeah? Bro, my last good heart. Oh, you don't even need to fly to get up here. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot I had the other superpower to use against Gorb. I forgot I had the knife thing, the new great hit or whatever. Okay. Gorb, where are you? Where's my shit, bro? No, Gorb, chill. Bruh. I died right here. Oh, there he is. God damn it. Can you put a gambling bot in? I used to have one, but I got rid of it because I didn't like the thought of people just being here for gambling. I guess I could add it back if you guys really want. Going back here, go down and to the right from Gorb before you fight it. Down to the right. Sound cute. Yo, that's sick. Ugh, I still don't have a... Yeah, it spams chat as well. Holy shit. I'm impressed you found my sanctuary. I Nailmaster Mado. Accept you as my pupil. Wait, what the hell? Oh! Is it gonna verse me? Oh! Bro, this game's so scary. Make it a cooldown. I've done that before and people still spam it because they don't know how, like, they're like, oh, the cooldown's 10 seconds. Oh, 10 seconds pass, 10 seconds pass, and they keep spamming it. I feel like that's the point of these predictions. It's like to gamble, you know? If there was a way to put gambling bot where it's not taking over the stream, if you have an idea for that, aside from just putting like, unless the cooldown is very high, but then it's kind of pointless. I don't know. Hold X to concentrate X. Oh. Oh shit. I consider you to be my child. Finalo. That means Figaro. That means finished. Yo, that's sick. That was so worth. This game is awesome. All right. Oh, let's challenge them. Shit. Shit! I actually suck. But he sucks more. I have to do my shit, bro. I thought I could hold the hitting button. I'm trying to hold the button. It sounds so funny, bro. Ah! I ran. Oh, shit. He's starting to do 3. Ah! It's not hard to kill. Not 4 yet. Or 5. It's doing 3. Come on. Let's go. That was easy, baby. Easy. Easy. It takes life like 5 seconds to charge it. Oh, so it's not worth it then. If I find one, would you consider it? Yep, I would. Sorry for the late answer. Certified ping pong playing. Hell yeah. I am Gorb. The great minds, the pain, ascend. I am. I wonder who lost points there. Hey, Malik. You believed in me. Let's go. Here lies Gorb. Yeah, he's lying there because he just died. This loser. Alright, let's go heal at the bench so it actually counts as a victory. Storming, flying. Yo, time flies when you play this game, bro. It's so fun. Does it tell you how much of the game you've perfected? I kind of feel like 100%ing this game right now. Not right now at this moment, obviously, but... It's like a really cool game. I need to find the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. Wait, what the hell? Am I gonna die here? Time flies when we watch PP Masters. It's so entertaining. Aw, that's so sweet. That's sweet of you to say. Bro, this is like Jump King, bro, I swear. Whee! They sound like freaking they're farting half the time. Holy shit. Oh, the hell is this? King's Idol. Genshin Impact update today. Let's go. There's a percentage. You unlock it near the end of the main story, though. Oh. Whoa. What the hell? Oh, is this like the starting point? Holy shit. It doesn't let you go here. This is literally the start of the game, I guess. Or the beginning of everything. Bye, Nathan. Go enjoy Genshin. I hope you enjoy it, bro. I hope it's a good update. Oh, I hear some light, baby. Word. Yo, what's up, guys? What's up, guys? It's Chudo. How you doing, bro? How's Wiener doing? Wait, will I die if I go there? I wish I could test this out.
Let's go.
What the hell? Whoa! Wait, I've been here before because this is open. Oh no, maybe not. I feel like I've been here before. Am I dumb? I'm so confused. Let's go! Sorry, I saw that late and I heard it late. Whee! Ah, bro got green pathed. What does that mean? Hell yeah, look at these goddamn sexy ass muscles. Bro, I don't know where I am, bro. I need a map. Wiener, I don't even know her. Bro, you should get to know her. She's pretty hot. I don't know if I found if there's anything there. They gave us stuff, which means there's a boss. Maybe I'm supposed to come here later in the game. Alright, let me explore it. How long do you think it took the creators to link all these different areas together? It's like an insane amount of areas. Okay, this is where we went before. Let's see if there's anything up top. Oh, that's what we just linked up top. Was that a lever? Lever? Link back to Green Path. You've already been there? Oh. The hell is that? The hell is that? There's so many things you could do in this game, bro. So why doesn't it show me? If it links back, why doesn't it show me? Isn't it supposed to show me? Oh, shit. Oh, Oh, shit. I wanted to explore this place, too. Ah! Scariest game of 2017. What? There's so much shit here. Oh, that's where we were before. Okay, I got it. There's nothing special here, yeah? I don't know. Why am I doing that? I could do this. Whee! Ow. Oh, there's a spirit tree. It's the avatar. Bing bong. Leaves on the vine. Falling so bing bong. Like on cells. Drifting. Ow. And the phone. Jesus, they're everywhere. I feel like I have a shit ton of this stuff already. Does it let you know when you get all of them? I want to break your internet. You can only do it once per stream, I think. And Timmy did it today. Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Oh, shit! Let's go! That led me to him. Yes, it's cheap too. The hell is this? Whoa! Oh wait, never mind. I need to get all the spirit tree shit. Does it go away because I went to the other side? I feel like it went away. Ah! Oh, I almost died. Sheesh. I think I gotta get spirit tree again. Leaves on the vine. Yeah, okay. It just shows the remaining ones. Interesting. Get them money. Lol. Lol indeed. By the way, if you find something funny, ow. Nice. That I say, you could, can a mod put funny info? Doctor, can you do it, please? Please, on the vine. There we go. Falling so slow. Oh, there's so much of this shit, bro. Thank you. I just added that like yesterday or the day before. So I just wanted to let everyone know. Shit. Was there another one here? There was not. God damn it! I don't care about no money right now. From the vine. There's also the IQ one. Same thing, but for if you think I'm being funny. I thought I turned around to hit him. Is that all of them? It's not, because it's still showing the stupid ass signals. Where are you? Argentina. What? Where the hell is it? No money equals broke. You should care. What? I do care. That means you can't donate money to me, bro. Ah! That was like karma, bro. That shit hit me right as I said that. Hey, as long as you're having fun, that's all that matters, right? Ah! Those guys are like so random. Oh, there we go. Oh, I got all of them. Let's go. 296. Who asked you to find... I've spoken to her before. Yeah, I have. But I haven't spoken to her in a while. I don't remember where she is, bro. This game has like freaking 10,000 different areas. It's hard to remember. Leaves from the vine, falling so slow. My eyes are burning. I am very cold. Oh, there's a crab monster. Oh no, that's the spirit tree. Leaves from the vine, falling so slow. Ow. Like fragile tiny shells. Lifting in the phone. Well, that's how I feel right now, pigeons. Pigeons. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Pigeons. Da-da-da. We don't have access to that left side, it feels like. Or maybe there's not much left here to access. Pigeons. Ow. Oh. Holy shit. Yo. Let's see if this guy says something. There's an old pass in the cliffs that once allowed easy access. The bridge up to it has long since crumbled away. It's meant with only we're gonna try one more time to make this jump, and if we make it, I will continue. If we don't make it, then we'll look at some of the other stuff that we can do, and then go to Wordle soonish. Because I know it's not the most exciting stuff for some of you guys. Oh shit! I did it! Haha! I did it! I did it, baby! Yo! Do you want to fight an actually difficult boss? Thank you for the applause, bro. Let's go. IQ plus. It's when you don't think about stuff like that that you do it better, you know? How's the ramen, bro? How was the ramen? You finished it, right? Do I want to verse an actual hard boss? Maybe later. Oh, is there nothing there? Okay. Holy shit. Oh, it leads back to Crystal Peak? Oh, shit. What the hell? Yo, do speedrunners do that? Holy shit. I probably skipped so much shit already, but... Oh my god. What the hell was that? Ah! Stop. Oh, I just didn't have... I never went there. That's part of the 112%. Let's go. Thanks for the IQ plus, bitches. Every last drop was good? Hell yeah. You know, when I was in Japan, apparently finishing ramen is not the sign of... like, you don't have to finish ramen to be a good... to be, like, a good person or whatever. Is there anything here? Nope. You... to be respectful, I can't talk today. You have to basically... You don't have to finish all the broth. If you finish all the broth, that means you're like... You're kind of cray-cray. Wait, what does this lead to? Slurping is to show respect, and that's towards the end of the meal. But I think it's different in China and Korea. I'm not sure. Holy shit. Look how much shit I didn't explore here. Oh, this is the other side of the cave that I never got to. I actually hate these guys. They're some of the most annoying goddamn enemies. I got you, baby. Oh, I gotta get some free coins from the... Oh, shit! Stop it! No! No! Wait, could I have saved it? There's no way. I could have saved it, bro. I screwed up. We're gonna save it. We're gonna save it. I didn't kill it fast enough. No. Oh, it's a mimic? Oh, it pretends to be real? Oh, okay, okay. I'm a dumbass then. IQ minus. Just a little bit, yeah. Wait. What if I go on top of this? That's what she said. Oh, shit. I didn't think it would do that. Nah, bro, come on. Come back down. Oh, okay, okay. It comes back down. Okay. Okay. That's good to know. This is what I'm going to try now, guys. Watch this. I don't know if this does anything, but... Because it's from a higher vantage point? Oh, no, never mind. Alright, alright. That was less cool than I thought it would be. Whee! Still pretty cool, though. Shall we go over to Wordle and stuff? We got some cool shit today, though. Dirt mouth. Damn. I do wanna explore just a tiny bit of this area. Because this seems like a really hard area. Shit! This shit's mad weird, bro. Bruh. What the hell? Oh shit, it's raining bombs on me. Oh shit, ah shit! It takes like 30 kills, 30 shots to kill. The hell? Ow. I might actually die. Is there anything crazy that we could find here? Leaves from the vine, falling so slow. Chee. Oh, there is. It looks like there's a boss shit here. Unless it's always been there and I'm a dumbass and I already versed it. Oh. Oh. Was this a thing? I don't remember this. Holy shit. What is that? My third uncle used to possess similar abilities. Oh, I could break the floor, yeah? Oh, this links back to that area from before. I could break this whole floor. Don't do the math, Lord. Just wait. Maybe not this floor. Have I been here before? What the hell? Wasn't I here to do some mission shit? Ah! It was hard? That's what she said. It's okay, we'll get it. We'll get it. Where is this? Where are we, bro? Why does it show inside of the ancestral mound? It was hard, but then what happened? Then he figured it out, bro. Leaves from the vine, falling so slow. Where does this lead to? Doesn't this just go around? Bro, am I bugging? Weren't we here before? That's what the cool kids say, bugging. Can someone in chat tell us if we... Doctor, we were here before, right? I don't want to, like, explore it if I've already explored it. Oh, shit. I don't remember that, though. The hell? Leaves from the vine, falling so slow, like fragile, tiny shells, drifting in the foam. A little soldier boy, ow, comes marching on. Brave soldier boy. This is where you got your first spell. Okay, okay. Comes marching on. I don't need to read that because I memorized it, bro. It's my childhood. Figure the equation out by using Einstein's brain. Damn. Bro, she said to break the floor, bro. Did she not say that? She said she makes her home besides the crystal mount. Ooh. Maybe I can't break. I thought I could break this floor. But it's not doing anything. Thank you. I practiced that singing. I memorized it, yeah. She was just referring to getting Desolate Dark. Oh, I thought she was saying use Desolate Dark right now, bitch. I thought that's what she was saying. What the hell? Whoa. It would be cool if I could awaken it. Like hitting it with something. Alright, let's go to the other bench, save, and then we'll do Wordles and stuff. Let's see if there's any more crazy looking guys here. Or girls. You banned 2 people yesterday. How do you feel? Pretty good. Pretty good. Feel pretty good about it. Oh shit. Ah! Suicide bomber. God damn. I didn't ban Wayne. You banned Wayne. I don't feel bad about that one. Because I didn't even do it. Alright, let's go heal over here. Damn it, they came back alive. Little Sorucha boy. Rip Wayne Gretzky. What the hell? Whoa. This is not a thing before. That's sick. This is a cool place to practice stuff. Shit, that's the coolest. That's the new stuff I got. That is sick. You're getting white liquid. I kind of liked getting like white liquid over it. That's why I did it. My bad, bro. My bad. I kind of want to keep exploring this, bro. This game's so addicting. This just goes around. Well, what is there to explore? I already have been everywhere here. Do I go back to the god near Dirtmouth? Is that where I have to go? To the right side? Do I go to the left side? Do I go all the way bottom right? I don't know. I've explored this whole thing. The fact that it's infected, I don't know. Alright, we're gonna end here for this game and do some Wordle stuff. Lives from the fire. I should check out the new stuff I got also. Falling so slow, like fragile tiny shells drifting in the wall. Come join the fun, lol. That's what I'll put for the description. And I'll make it so you guys could put some music. I'm a nice guy like that. Oh, I'm so tired, bro. My eyes are like burning. I don't know why. Let's start off with Wordle. There's some changes and a few things we missed, but not too much in Crossroads left. Damn, that's cool, bro. That means I'm almost done with one section out of what, like 15? Oh, penis. One of these days it's gonna be penis, guys. Penas. I'm thinking scarf to get rid of some more shite. Okay, now you guys take control. S blank A if you haven't done the Wordle. Yeah, don't ruin it, please. Japan was all a dream. It's all in your head. We got S. Maybe S-H-A? S-H-A. Shark? Shake? Shake, 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 Shinoria. What is good here? S-H-O-W? Shady. I like that. Shady. Holy shit. Nice. We got S-H-A. Not a bad start, yeah. Shulk? Show. Shat? I shat myself? Shamo? Shaw. Shat. Shaw. Shawl? Shawl. Isn't that a word? I think it's shawl. Okay. Well. Showl? Showl? Shat. Yeah, it wasn't shat. Shat's not long enough. My shat's pretty long in the bathroom usually, though. Share. I guess it's show? Or show? Like, what else could this be? Shamble? Shabble? Shavel? Shazzle? Shaxel? Shaquil? Shall! Oh, that's smart. Yeah, you could have two L's. Nice! Shall. Bro, I didn't even think of that. Because I'm a dumbass. Alright, what's next? We'll do all the quartles and shit first. Alright, we gotta go penis. Yeah, we got penis. What's next, guys? Why am I so tired? Jesus. I'm gonna look at the weather, see if I can Uber eat it tonight. Let's see. Uber Eats weather. Tomorrow is 47. Yeah, that seems good. Shall? Double L makes it worse here. How about shoal? Shoal. Shant. Uber Beats. It doesn't fit. Cloud. Damn, that's mean, Malik. Wow. I am sleepy, though. Cloud was good. Uber beats me. Uber beats my meat when it comes over in my house. Bottom left looks good. What could it be? Dole? Dollar. It's like a dollar, but in like Egypt. I said shall because of Wordle. Yeah, I know. But shall isn't a good guess because it has 2 L's. And it doesn't give us more letters. Zebra. Zebra would be good as a first or second one, but we already went penis, bro, so we used E already. We didn't use BRA or Z though, but how often does Z pop up? You know what? I feel like I don't do zebra for you often, so I'll do it. Okay. Top left looks good. Bottom right could be bleep, maybe? Bleep? What do you guys think? Bleep. I'm gonna go bleep. Let's go! Bleep Pagu. Top left actually looks good now too. What the hell? Real? Really? Lears. What's bottom left? D-O-E-L? Do-el. Do-el. Do-eel. Do-eel. Do eels a favor and have sex with them. What? And eat them. This is what I meant to say. Check out my latest YouTube video. I feel like the timers don't work. Because we have more timers. I only see that one pop up usually. Realm. Good. You guys got that together. Good. Oh, no. You guys are dumb, bro. Why would you say it's a realm? Oh, my God. We just wasted that. Good guess, though. We got M over here. So this is what? Moldy. I don't think it's moldy. That was what I think, too. I saw you both say it. That's why I just put it. I put it in. Cloudbot, timers. Oh, look at this. There's supposed to be a prime timer, a vids timer, and a socials timer. Oh, actually, I do see the socials timer. And the vids one pops up very infrequently. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. We're good. Never mind. Should I put a prime one? Should I put like a prime one, or is that like too much? Like, oh, subscribe here. Nah, I'm not gonna do it. Model, nice. Model sounds good. M-O-D. M-O-D-E-L. Let's do it. Nice. Hey, overall, the watch time works. Hell yeah. Good guess, pigeons. I was just copying Cortez. Bro, don't be a copier. Be a leader. You're a mod. Bad modding if you're copying. Oh my god. Cringe. We have another guess, so that's okay. R-E-L-A-R? The top left one is weird. Okay, we need letters. Let's guess a letter that uses a lot of these. Like H. Hater? No, ignored. I didn't ignore. Oh, you said relay. Oh, I missed that message. My bad. Relay. Oh shit. That sounds good. Good. Nice. You redeemed yourself. Ignored is too. Fight. Welcome back, Dinel. Wow. We found out some cool areas in Hollow Knight. We just went to Wordle like 5-10 minutes ago, so I think the watch time works every 10 minutes for overall watch time. And yeah, I added that. We added some cool stuff The past few days. Wait, it can't be fight. What? It starts with an R. Oh, to use up all the stuff. Oh, fight actually sounds good. Yeah, FIGHT. Holy shit! Doctor and Cortez. I had the nicest map. Nice. Nicest map. ISIS map? Can you? I wish I had an ISIS map. That would be hot. Sanoski talk. Kami po. Ba boo boo. La la la. Ba 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 ba. Nerdle will be after Octordle, if I remember. I need food, bro. I need food. I am penis. I am hungry. Not for penis though. I'm gonna guess the third one. Fonts. Okay. That wasn't very helpful. Ratio. Ratio's not a good guess now, because I guessed fonts and penis, but maybe for the next one. Twitch banned the stream he's talking about Isis, the Greek god. Is that a Greek god? It has I and O, which are vowels. Yeah, but we already have I and O. Yo, let's go. Cock? Cock is too long. Oh, no, it's not. Yo, cock is actually such a good guess. Good shit. Alright, I think we have to start guessing the actual words now. Oh, there's an ad. Sorry, guys. Sag. INUS. Funis, Hunis, Junis, Bunis, Dunis, Runis, Wunis. You just straight up put penis. I like putting penis first, bro. Oh, you're subbed now, so you don't get ads. Nice. Sinus would not work here. Oh shit, sinus might actually work. No! I believed in you. My bad, guys. My bad. I mean, it gave us S over here, I guess, so. Minus Sag. Minus! Bro, if it's not minus, okay, good. We got MA here, too. That's nice. Massa? Massa? IQ minus. IQ minus. That was a good one. Minus, yeah, it was minus. Welcome back from the ad for anyone who had an ad. Nice shite. Ooh. Mason for the last one. NT. Nada? Oh, yeah. NT. If it ends in UNT, it could be T. No, it could be N blank NT A. Or A. I don't know. Ba, 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 na, na. What news came out today? You're pregnant? Russia and Ukraine went together to form Al Qaeda? What's happening with Russia, Ukraine, bro? It made me think of that. Okay, let me not ruin the game. Oh, shit. Nothing crazy. Silk Song. Oh, I did hear they announced Breath of the Wild. It got pushed back? Oh. When is it pushed back until? Okay, we have one more guess. One more, like, chill guess. So if you guys want to use letters here, like HRD could be herd. Like herds or something. I don't know. Herdy. Gertie. Birdie. 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 How is birdie not a word? Wordy. Should I do wordy? We got WRDY. Should I guess wordy? Does it still have a name? Still Breath of the Wild 2? Spring 2023. Jesus. Still being called a sequel to Breath of the Wild. Hey, I'll stream it, alright? If I'm still alive. I'm gonna guess wordy. Bro, that barely helped. What the hell? Actually, it kind of did help a lot. Because we know UNTY. Bunty? Let's see. Maybe that was a bad guess. Auntie. Auntie. AUNTY. I'm doing it. Good shit, bro. Hell yeah. Husky. What do you guys think of Husky? I hope they played Elden Ring and added Insta Horse though. Maybe they will. I mean, it's 2023, so they're probably still working on it? Question mark? Like, how many years have they been working on it? I'm going Husky since no one's saying anything. Busky? I don't think Busky is a word, is it? Husky. I'm going Husky. Let's go. I took the risk. But it didn't help for the other ones. Look at that shit. That's annoying. Unsameless chest now. Equip. Equip. What do you guys think? Equip. Sassy Among Us. What do you guys think equip for the first one? It's killing me. Easy clap, 100%. Let's go. True jealousy to the sea. I think this ends. I think this is GG. True. Aptly? Could this be aptly? No, there's no why. Hi, I'm Weird Twitch. Welcome back. Apple. I feel like you always say apple. Apple? Oh no, apple's actually a great guess. Judge. Judge is an even better guess. I think we should do Judge first. What do you guys think? Judge and then Apple? I think you both got it. I'm gonna go Judge first. No! Shit! I should have gone Apple first. Apple first would have made us think it's Judge even more though. Wait, what was it? Budge. Oh, it was Budge, bro. It was Budge. Sag. It was Sag, bro. Dick. We'll do Nerdle now, since someone mentioned. I think Pigeons wanted Nerdle. F indeed. Sag is in chat. F's in chat. Do we have an F emote? We don't really have an F emote, huh? That's weird. I guess it's this one, but wouldn't have made a difference. Rigged either way. True. It could have been me though. F. That's a more serious F. All right, let's go back up top. I don't like being there. That was weird. I don't like being a bottom. I like being a top. That's the F emote? No, that's the emote to be an asshole. F to pay respects. F. What number do we make? Oh, this is... I don't know. You're supposed to guess what number. I think this is the best strategy. 46. This is a legit the best strategy. It gives you the most info. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Well, maybe not actually, because the 4 is repeating. So we know plus is in here, and equals is in here, and these are in the correct places. And 34 is there, but not in the correct places. Oh, you can't see because... Yeah, my bad. Here, let me zoom out. I am zoomed in because of the last game, so... There we go. My bad. So if we have 34, but 1 and 2 are not even in the equation, that's really weird. So we have to have small numbers. But there's no 6 either. It could be 34 could be the starting part of the equation. Or it could be 43 plus 45. 43 plus 45 equals 88. What do you guys think? 37 plus 45 equals 83. That's a good one too. I actually prefer that one. Let's do that. 37 plus 45. How do we know that there's only one 4? Equals 83. We just know that there's not a 4 in this place. But if there was if this was pink and it was 4, I don't know, bro. 83. 82. Bro, you don't even know math. Plus 46. But there's no 6. This doesn't work. Bruh. Yeah, don't spoil. They would both be pink if there's 2 of them? Oh, okay. Bro, you don't know math, bro. Okay, now 38. Maybe 38 plus 45 equals 83. Yeah? 38 plus 47 is 85. There has to be a 3. Oh, the 3 could be 38. It could be 38 plus 47, yeah. But Doc just said 37 plus 45. All right, let's just try this one out. We get new digits in. Actually, no, I don't like this. Because 37 is better. Nah, but then it wouldn't fit. Wait. We could do 37 plus 49 equals 86. Because then we get 9. We have another digit there. Yo, what's up, Chris? How you doing? Waffle is a good one. Yeah, we might do waffle after. No? Why no? There's no 6. Oh, yeah. I'm a dumbass now. How about plus 50? No, then we need to use a 4. All right, yeah, let's go back to whatever was before. What was it? 38 plus 45 or something? 83. Let's do it. Holy shit. Okay. Good shit. 38 plus 40 something equals 85. So it's plus 47 equals 85. Were you right? You said 38 plus... Yeah, you were right. 38 plus 47. Why are you IQ minusing me, Dino? I went with doctors. He said it first. There's no 6, dummy? I didn't put a 6. Oh, you guys are behind because of the delay, maybe? How long would I slide? Let's go. Let's go. Good shite. Don't believe it's... Oh, no. That would have been a better guess, too, because we have another digit in there. With the 7. Damn, I should have guessed that first. My bad. Okay. What's waffle? They keep talking about waffle. Never been back hanging on the the sun. Yeah, delay. Damn, that's a big delay. I'm good on delay. I just like IQ. Fair enough. How you doing, Chris? How's programming going? I wanna make it on the other side. Rearrange the letters into correct words horizontally and vertically. Letter is in the correct place. Letter belongs somewhere else in that word. Letter belongs somewhere else in the vertical word. Letter is on a corner, so it may either belong somewhere else. What the hell? I don't get it. It's horrible. You want to play this? So play, bro. I don't know what the hell this version is. I never played this. A waffle is a small crisp batter cake. Oh, you're making me hungry again. Waffle iron and eaten hot with butter or syrup. All right, cool. It looks fun. We're basically playing a lot of variants of Wordle, which is a game that popped off a few months ago. Bingo for the top one. It's almost a swastika. So what do? I just drag this here for... Oh. But G is not in here. Isn't E here? I'm so confused. Oh, we only have 14 swaps remaining. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. This... Bro. Bingo? Do I put the G there? Okay, okay. Good shit, good shit. I don't really get it. I'm not gonna lie. How long would I smile? It's bingo. Oh, so we just won. We finished, no? I haven't played bingo in a long time. Oh, G is in? Oh. Wait, so R is here, right? D is here? What would be here? What's the point of this game? To win. I don't get this one. I'm too dumb. I usually get the other ones. You need to get all of the words. But like vertically and horizontally. The green means it's the right color, letter for the word, right? And then in the right position. Yellow means right letter, but wrong position. Also, this is nose. N-O-S-E-R. Nosed or something. Oh, I get it. I get it now. I get it. I think. Wait, but then this one doesn't... Oh, because we got to swap them. You got to swap them. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Outer for the right one. O-U-T-E-R. So I put the U here. Nosy, middle, vertical. I think you have to do it a certain way, though. Because we only have 13 swaps. So we have to swap them, like, cleverly, no? Yeah. Bro, I'm a dumbass. Whatever. Oh, like, for example, this E. N-O-S-E-Y. This E could be here. O-U-T. So can we swap these two? We can't. This T is here. So we got to figure out what's here also. And what's here. Okay. So we got nosy. We got outer. Nosy and outer, which means this is S-E-T. S-E-T. So this T has to be swapped with this. So we're going to do that. Wait, did that count? That didn't count it, right? Did it count it? Oh, no, it didn't. Okay. Prioritize swaps of yellows with a single row so you can get two at once. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, okay, so O-U-T. Because we know that this one has to be T, and this one is already S. So it's going to end in set. But is it going to be S-set? Deset? Beset? What is this one? Swap middle O and E? Like just these two? I don't think that's good enough. What do you think the middle word is, guys? If this is outer, this is nosy. I don't know if that's worth swapping. What doctor said? Prioritize swaps of yellows within a single row. But this isn't a vertical. I don't get it. Yeah, it's I kind of get it, but all right. Reset? No, it's okay. Oh, you're saying reset is the word. Oh. Yeah, reset. Yeah, reset. I think this is bounds. B-O-U-N-D. Can we bring this here? O-U-T-E-R. No. Reset, not top 20. Yeah, I got that it's reset. I just don't want to... GG, no re. I just don't want to... I don't want to put it yet because we only have 12 swaps. I don't know. I don't understand exactly how it works. Like if there's an more efficient way to doing it. I get it. It's nosy. I get... All right, you know what? You guys are fucking annoying. Here, I'll do exactly what you say. Yeah? You guys are like... Wait, it can't be reset. E doesn't work here. No? Like, it can't be a reset. No, not that. Oh, you guys are so annoying. It's... Everyone's reset, bro, for the Super Smash, for the Super Mario runs. It's not E, yeah. Okay, U definitely has to be here, though. We got the Y here. Let's try to... Do these verticals mean anything? I guess that they don't. That's what confused me. I don't think it's TS, so I think T is that last letter here. So it has to be E set. D set? Dryer. Oh. Dryer could work there, yeah. But, well, what could... Okay, so let's see. But R has to be here too. So we take this R. We put it here. E has to go here. Yeah, I thought bound too, but you're fine. But if there's a T in the middle, you don't want to swap the T and R. There's a T in the middle. Oh, like right here? Whatever. I don't know. Router? This one is outer. You guys already said that. O-U-T-E-R. That kind of makes sense to me. That makes sense, right? Outer. O-U-T-E-R. Wait a minute. If this is O-U-T-E-R. This game is mad crazy, bro. All right, we're just going to swap these two. This is definitely outer. So the U has to come here. One of these E's has to come here. Dryer was beautiful. The other E has to come here, that means. There is no extra E here. Why? That like got in my head. So if these two E's are not going to be part of this solution, and the U is not part of the solution, or the R, well, or this R is going to be here, then where does N and O go? N and O has to go here. Onset. This is onset. And this is board, I think. Maybe. No, it's not. I think it's onset. And this is a good trade. This is a good change. Yeah, because both of these become green. Let's go! I actually got that one. If a yellow tile is in a row or column, does it belong to the row or column? Both. It belongs to both the row and the column. I think. Unless it's like this space one. The space one confuses the hell out of me. Then it would be green. The fuck? So, this is definitely onset. But we need the R to come here. And we need an E to come here. And we need the U to come here. Wait, this is not board because there's no E for this one. What could this be? Bronze? What is this? Bronze? What does that mean? Bronze. Oh no, onset is here. Switch N to E and E to R. I would assume on the other or both, because it would need to yellow if it was in any of them. Wait, give me a second, guys. Let me try. Okay. Outer. This is definitely outer. So you got the U here and the E here. The R goes here. The N goes here. So this E goes here. This O has to be part of this. Brood. This is brood. This is 100% brood. So brood, outer, dryer, onset. Now, how do we do it in the least amount of swaps possible? I'm more than confused. It is confusing. Brood, outer, onset, dryer. Brood left to gray, awesome. Switch N to E and E to R. N to E and E to R. So let's see, if this is brood, the R has to be here. It has no other option. No, actually, it could go here too. These two R's have to go here and here. So what can we trade that's worth it? Should I just trade everything, guys? Should I just say fuck it and trade it all? Oh no! If I change this and change that, then we get brood. Yeah. And then outer and onset. This would have to be 2, right? Okay, this game is kind of easy. Getting it in the least possible is hard, though. Okay. If you do the top O and U, you can then get 2 at once. Yeah. All right, nice. We did it. 5-star. They said it takes a minimum of 10, I think. Oh, we did 10. We did the minimum. Guys, we actually perfected it. They said to do it in 10. That's a hard game, though. To do it efficiently is hard. To actually get it, it's easy, I think. But that was a weird one. I don't know if I like that, though. But I'll save it. It has definitions. Oh, that's good for foreign language learners. That's actually pretty good. I want waffles now. Yo, buy this guy a waffle. That's so clever. The setup is the same for all of them, though. It's so interesting. What else do we have? We have Mathler. Mathler is similar to the Nerdle one. It's just math, but... Am I a brood? Oh, I should have read the definition for brood. I don't know, maybe. Fun, though, right? Yeah, it makes you think, so yeah. I'll say it was fun. I don't know if it was fun for chat, because it is confusing, but... I mean... Most of you guys got it, I think, after a while. It took me a while, too, but next time we should be better on it, I think. 12 plus 1, 12 plus 3. I always forget there's no equals sign. This one is so weird to me. Oh, this is a bit different to Nerdle. Right. What equals 92? Right. 1 times 2... plus 1 times 2 is 2. 92 divided by 2 is what? 46? 46. That looks good, right? We get times and plus, and we get 4 different numbers there. 138 minus 46 is 5 different numbers instead of 3, but only 1 equation sign. I'll try this one first. Wait, 2 plus 46. Oh, I'm an idiot. I did 2 times 46. This would be 2 plus 90. Oh, shit. You see, this one uses times and plus. But it's flipped. I think it's flipped. Or it's in a different order. Okay. What do you guys think of 21 times 3? 63? No. Times 4? Yeah, times 4. 84 plus 8. That seems like a good one. What do you guys think of this? 21 times 4 plus 8. That's 84 plus 8 is 92. We'll get 2 and 1 there, times and plus, and we'll get 2 additional numbers. I think good? Okay. Let's go! Hell yeah, baby! Easy! Told you I'm good at math. Okay. I like that one. Did we do Octortle? Oh, we did. Bad memory. Let's Let's do the geography ones, which are like some of the best ones. Sauce Van Fing Bang. IQ Plus, let's go. How did you get it? You want me to explain how I got it? I gotta explain. Na, 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 na. Move the great job. There we go. So first, I just wanted to get as many signs as possible. So I thought times and plus would be useful. But because we don't have many spaces, doing 1 times 2, I always think of like low numbers just to get them out of the way. 1 times 2 is 2. And plus 90. I try to not think of triple digit numbers because triple digit numbers kind of take up a space. So we got times and plus by doing that. And we had all different numbers. So I thought that was good. 1 times 2 is 2, plus 90 is 92. Then I was like, okay, the times and the plus are in the equation, but not in the right place. So if it's PEMDAS, the times it will probably be first and then the plus. So let's try a double digit number or whatever instead of single digit. And since I know 1 and 2 are in the solution, let's try 21. 21. And I was like, okay, 21 times something. 21 times 2, 21 times 3. 21 times 3 is too low. Because it's 21 times 3 is 63. And we can't add enough to make it 92. Because we only have 1 space. So I'm like, okay, 21 times 4 maybe? 84? Yeah, that works. Let's test this out. And it worked. Lol, you actually saw that? Yeah, I just added that bot today because it'll be useful later on. It's pretty useless right now as a bot, but yeah. Anyway, also I knew that 9 and 0 couldn't be used. So I was like, let's see if 4 and 8 are part of the solution. If it's not, I would have thought of something else, I guess, but where were we? Yo, Lando, what's up? I gotta increase the volume of TTS on my side of things. Or maybe I don't have it on, because I almost never hear it that high. What? Nerd! Oh, I do have it on. I guess it was just... The music is blasting it. Nerd! PEMDAS? Yep. Parentheses, exponential. Yep. Oh, I forgot to put question of the day today. I knew I forgot. I started stream like really quickly today. That's why. I was doing something.
Hello there.
Oh, I forgot the question of the day. Sag. Oh shit. I think my OBS is. Uh-oh. My OBS is delayed. Okay, I'm just gonna go to a different screen. Hopefully the stream doesn't crash right now. Russia? Good guess. It's close to Russia. But I mean, that's a lot of countries to guess. Sup? What's up, bro? Guess Azerbaijan. Oh, I saw that late. Bro, if it was Azerbaijan, bro, I would go crazy. Oh, it's not. Worse now that you didn't change the question. Yeah. Aw. That was a good one. Wait, what do you mean, guys? I put a question. Did you guys forget? I put a new question. What are you guys saying? You guys are going crazy. I don't know what you guys are saying. Alaska? Never mind. Yo. Romania. I don't think it's Romania. Because Romania is Central Europe. It's right here. I think it's further. I think it's Asia. The song's fire. You like it? Hey, let's go. Here's the song if you want to add it, if you didn't know it or whatever. Pink VODs. Oh, it shows the YouTube channel. That's cool. That's a BS question of the day. Well, what's the answer? Play my 5-question quiz game. All right, give me 5 questions. Nanosecond. Yep, Reminds me of This is a world population counter. Well, actually, not a nanosecond old because well, yeah, it is a nanosecond old. It's infinitely small, right? Because we can't measure that. I don't know. I don't know what the answer would be. I want to see what you guys think. That's this year. Holy shit, bro. We're peaking. We're peaking. Bro, how do they have this every second, bro? There's no way. View all people on one page. Whoa. Guys, that's you. Holy shit. Oh, that's sick. Alright, I'm getting too excited. I thought there was more people living in the world. I saw myself. Let's go. Hell yeah, oh, you did it. Hell yeah. All right, let's do this. What does NaN stand for? Not a number. Not a number. Which syntax gets the first element from an array? Bro, I don't know. Get. What is the difference between equals and equals? Equal sign, compare values. Which file is best used to style elements? Bro, I don't know. Which key brings up this code? Shit. Oh, the timer's up here. Your score is 30. I'll take it, bro. This is what Chris programmed this. One thing I would suggest, make this more legible. I can't read it. Also, it says my high score is 0. You have a new high score. Also, this is like very light. And it's counting down by 2s instead of by 1. Other than that, that's pretty cool, bro. Refresh? Oh. Oops. Oh, it says high score 30. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Bro, my eyes hurt, though. The background color is like, it's not bad, but yeah. That's what I got. Let's go. That's not true. Just measure average time between births, then divide by 2, and you get an average age of the youngest born. But I didn't ask that. I said, how old is the youngest person in the world right now? Person. Not the average. And you get an average age of the youngest. The average time between births? So this isn't... What? Well, I guess when you define... What you define as a person could change it. Mongolia? Mongolia is a good guess, I think. Okay. It's further away. So Azerbaijan was closer. Now I'm starting to think Romania was a great guess. Let's go Romania. Okay. I'm thinking Finland, Sweden. Sweden here? It's in the middle of these two, maybe? What do you guys think? Imagine it's Ukraine. It could be Poland. I think Poland is here? I don't remember. My geography is not that good for Central Eastern Europe. Average tells you the expected age at any given moment. But I'm not looking for the expected age. I'm looking for the actual age. At the moment that I asked the question. Not at any given moment. So... But yeah, I'm just playing. I'm just being semantic. I'm just being annoying. My first game. Hell yeah, bro. Good shit, man. I'm happy you got it. You figured it out. Lithuania? Lithuania is further up north. But it's not a bad guess. I want to do Poland. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, it's... Guys, Ukraine is right here. It could legit be Ukraine. Lithuania is slightly high. Oh, Belarus. That's right. Belarus. Yeah. Let's go. Good shit, Twitch. Belarus. I should have known that. I have a friend from Belarus. And they're helping Russia against Ukraine. Or they let Russian troops go to Belarus to set up to attack Ukraine. So I forgot. Is this Belarus? What is this? This bulge here makes me think it's connected to another. Let's go. Look at these goddamn muscles, baby. Hell yeah. This makes me think it's Latin America or Central America. Bad question then if no one want real answer. I don't think that's a good answer though. Do instant nerdle next. What's instant? Okay. It looks like a boy facing to the left with a hat on. Oh yeah, I could see that now. Well, I could see. Actually, I don't see that. I see a person. I don't see a hat and a boy specifically. My online friends are fighting in the Ukraine right now. Really? That's pretty crazy, bro. Spain? I'm almost sure it's not Spain. I don't think Spain's a good guess. I mean, anything's a good guess first try, I guess. Well, not anything, but Antarctica's probably a bad guess, but I don't think it's Spain. Because Portugal is pretty vertical right next to Spain. Looks Spainy? I don't know, bro. I'm gonna go against the status quo. Germany? Germany? It's Middle Earth. Middle Earth. Damn it. Unknown country. Yeah, it could be Germany. I think it's France, maybe even. Hell yeah, good shit, guys. First try. That usually doesn't happen. I think that's my first try ever. France is hexagonal. Ah. Well, it was Germany. I was reading about a lot about Austria-Hungary. And I want to read about Prussia, which is like former Germany, basically. And Austria-Hungary had a bigger area. That's why I thought it wasn't Germany. Like, I forgot that this is how this looks now, you know? Czech Republic, wow, slices into Germany. That's interesting. It's the pick. Yep. Instant. Yesterday was Australia. These are easy, right? Lately. Oh yeah, we got Australia. Yeah, you're right. Actually, we got that one was really easy. Yeah, we did get one first try before. Instant nerdle. Oh, go I'm gonna change my category to Wordle. I had it under just chatting. No. Oh, I didn't read it. Oh, cool. Oh, this is cool. I like this. I like this a lot. So 8 is in the correct location. I like this one a lot. We got... There's probably instant mathel too, or whatever, yeah? Where is this? 400... Wait, it doesn't tell us what it equals to, huh? Good luck. I think we could do this. Malik, what is DE? Deutschland? I wanna feel we're for real. 8. I wanna feel. It doesn't tell us the answer though, so that's kind of weird. Let's see. 100. Okay, I don't think we could add a bunch of numbers here and 8. I think we have to have division here. Oh, wait. Yeah, these are part of it, right? I think division or plus has to be here. So I don't think it'll be a small number divided by something, right? So I'm thinking something plus 8 divided by something. Something plus 8. I don't know. 29, let's just put random numbers for now, plus 8. 37. Well, it could be plus 84 divided by 1 equals. Oh, no, I'm dumb. I forgot the equals. You have to actually have the answer. Oh, this is actually easier. Oh, this is easy. This is easier than I thought it was. I'm dumb. I'm a dumbass. I was thinking nerdle. You actually have to put the answer on this one. Oh, that's easy. That's easy. Well, it's not easy, but it's easier than I thought. That means you could get it in one try. So, let's say we have... You think pluses first? But then PEMDAS gets annoying. Maybe. Let's see. 9 plus 48 plus 48. That's 57. Okay, that one doesn't work, obviously. Wait, well, actually... Wait, what? Oh, I see. Yo, what's up, Mac? Oh, yeah, PEMDAS, yeah. I forget. Okay. We don't need to put it in order. I'm dumb. I think the equal might be here. All right, let's assume the equal sign is there for now. The 8 has to be here. Let's assume the plus is here since the division can't be there. So we got something plus. Huh. Don't forget to carry the 1. I got you. Finally, dinner 40 minutes. 5 minutes. What'd you eat for dinner? I'm down with your dumbass self. You could do exclamation point wrong song and it'll remove the song you just put, I think. Mac. Out of sight, out of sight, now hold me tight. Maybe the equal sign is here. Huh. Sounds shooting night. 12 plus 8. 20 divided by 4 equals 9. It's definitely not it. Yeah, there you go. You got it. Thank you, Dino. Parentheses, X on it. Yes. You're so proud to say that. Okay, this one's actually pretty cool. This one's a bit hard. 20 divided by 4 is definitely not it. What if we put a 2 here and a 4 here? 22 divided by 2 is 11. Too high. I want to put 19, but it can't be 19. What if we do 42 instead? 42 plus 8, 50. 50 is too high. PEMDAS math song. Please excuse. I hate all of you except parentheses. Please excuse my dear Art Sally. 42 plus 8 is 50. Divided by 2 is 25. Oh, wait. It can't be divided by 2. Divided by 1, but that's too high. Huh. Divided by 9, maybe? What do we got? We got 4, 1, 2, 9. 4, 1, 2, 9. 50 divided by 9 is not 1. 24 plus 8? Oh no, it can't be 24. I don't think it's this. I don't think this fits at all. I have not seen Ping Pong the animation. People recommended it to me. I saw a tiny bit of it, but I stopped by. I didn't like the animation style. I'll probably react to it for the reaction channel, like for a 1,000 sub anniversary, since the channel is called Ping Reacts. So I'll definitely get around to seeing it. I heard it was really good though. I don't think it's 22 plus 8. I don't think that's the answer, which means the equal sign could be here. The equal sign can't be there, actually, because then you have 4 divided by, and then you have to have another number. Yeah, the equal sign actually cannot be there. It's impossible. It could be like something like this. 4 divided by 28 plus 1. I'm waiting for it to come to Crunchyroll. You figured it out? Don't ruin it! 2 plus 2 equals 4. Oh shit, good shit. That looks right. 2 plus 18 divided by 9. I was about to say, if you figured it out, don't say it out loud. I want to try to figure it out. But 18 divided by 9 is 2 plus 2 equals 4. That looks right. Good shit, bro. Yellow Ferrari. Toxic Avenger. I'm waiting for it to come. Oh, it's gonna come to Crunchyroll? Oh, even better then. I'll wait to watch it. Have you not watched it either then? No, Doctor is correct because of PEMDAS there. 18 divided by 9. Like, that's the clever part of it. This is like Math Wordle. We're doing a lot of Wordle type games. How you doing, Darkness? 8. Oh, you read that? Oh, I gotcha. You should watch my Dress Up, Darling. It goes well with current events. Are you the one that said you were watching it? I think Nathan said he was watching. Is it a new anime? I'll bookmark this one. Let's go to GeoGuessr, guys. Go to GeoGuessr. You have not seen PP the Animation? Oh, okay. Okay. You're doing okay. Okay. Let's go to GeoGuessr and we'll end stream like soonish. I'm really tired and I want to wake up early tomorrow. I'm probably gonna go up and eat, but I'm tired. I finished it today. It recently finished season 1. Oh shit, cool. Well, I'm gonna write it down. If it's current events, I feel like I could actually, with reaction stuff, I want to say stuff, you know? I don't want to just... Let me write it down. I'm gonna write it on my whiteboard so I don't forget. Dress Up, Darling. Yeah, I'll watch it on my own time. Because for the anime channel, it's probably gonna be shonen mostly. But yeah, why don't you eat on stream? Bro, I'm a weirdo. All right. After stream, what I used to do a lot, and I feel like I'm going back to it, is I take a tomato and I take an onion and I cut the onion and the tomato and I just eat that together with peanuts. And peanuts are very messy. And I watch like YouTube videos. That's why I don't eat on stream. Let's do today's challenge. Ping moans whenever he eats. Hello there. No, that's not why. Who are you? Eat on stream. Did I? Hello there. Hello, awful and alone. Oh, you're awful and alone. That's so sad. Aww. Eat on stream. Eat on stream. Hello there. Eat on stream. Damn. Maybe I will eat on stream. Welcome, people. Shokugeki no Sama types asses. What? He's awful. I know these people. Oh. Welcome, awful, alone, and dead. Damn, that's pretty sad, bro. Yo! Wait, what the hell? This sounds mad cool. The hell is this? What is this from? This is from like an opening or something. What is that from, bro? Requested by Mac. Nice. Yeah, I did song also. I love this. What the hell? I gotta add this. Welcome in to the stream, Timmy's friends. I don't know what we do here, but we're pretty weird. Actually, I guess this is what we do here. I hope this is on Spotify. I would listen to this and like music like this. He was gonna remove the song too. No, it wasn't. Oh, Mac was? We a weirdo family. True. Hold up. You're 22nd place in queue. Nice. Yeah, tell all your friends. Tell everyone you're waiting in queue for GTA. Just chill here. Let me put you on a new genre of rap. Anime rap. Bro, honestly, it does sound awesome. 20 people in your stream. Oh. I was gonna end stream soon though. Lol. Where is this? We're only at 45. I forget it's timed for this, the daily stuff. I'm thinking America. We're not speedrunning, bro. Oh, I thought this was the speedrun song. I didn't get rated. Let's go. Yeah, I just added that today. So there's overall watch time and there's leaderboards too. I hope this works. Hey, it does. Yo, that's sick. Oh, it doesn't show the time though. What the hell? Wait, that's dumb. I don't want to see most points. I want to see most time. I'm gonna have to fix that after. Oh no, I didn't have time. I was gonna go US. Fuck, I'm a dumbass. Why'd you skip the song, bro? That wasn't your song. Bruh. Oh my god. If someone asks to skip a song, mods, in the future... Yeah, I don't like this song. In the future, if someone asks you to skip a song, do this, okay? And look at who requested it, okay? So, Mad Money MP requested that previous song, not Mac. Mac didn't add it. I don't like drill rap. He was the only one to add. No, Dino, always just do this. It just... Don't take anyone's word. Just do that and look at it. Leaderboards. Fix stream elements. Because otherwise, like, people make mistakes. Like, Mac made a mistake. He thought he added that song, but he didn't. Malik did. Alright, what is this? Where is this? It's okay, bro. I overreacted. It's okay, bro. It's okay. Oh, just for future reference, yeah, check the current song just in case to see who requested it. Or the song queue. The song queue also shows what songs come up, so that would be useful too. Okay, this is working. That's nice. Where the hell is this, bro? Where do you guys think this is? No. Bro, I'm getting spoiled for season 4. Can you skip the song, please? You can ban me now. Nah, it was a harmless mistake, bro. Request denied. You guys could vote skip. Yeah, vote skip. Oops. I skipped. Wait, no, Doctor? Doctor, why'd you skip it? Oh my god, bro. What are you guys doing today? Not today, but it is Jurassic Park vibes. What the hell? Is it in Africa? Mods. If viewers want to skip, they could vote. And you guys as mods could vote. And I could vote as a... Don't just skip people's songs, you know? But I didn't like the song either, so it's okay. No, what? He said, no, I said vote skip. I said vote skip. But it's okay, Doctor. You and Dinal are unmodded. Where do you guys think this is? We finally got to a city, so that might be useful. Skip song? This is your song. You don't want it? Okay, I requested it because you guys skipped it accidentally. But if he said skip it, you guys could skip it. This is a chill song. I like it. Alright, this is a Spanish-speaking place. Angelita. Angelita. I'm gonna say... Bolivia? Usually I have a different inflection when you read chat. Oh, my bad. I'm testing out your chat. Oh. Lol. Alright, I'll keep stream going, I guess. Alright, let's try this. Peru. I was gonna guess Chile or Peru. Looks like an abandoned state. Yeah. It did. I'm gonna assume this is also Spanish speaking. You told the mods to skip if requester asked. Well, it's... Oh, it was confusing. It was confusing because, I don't know. Are you testing that? You want them to skip or not? Okay, it says Farsi. Isn't Farsi literally Farsi? Malik, stop confusing the mods. You're confusing me too. You know, nah, just leave it. Leave it. You don't need to skip. Because technically I requested this one, so. Bro, there's like nothing here. What? Oh, there's something here. Mamone. Oh wait, we just looked at, bro, I'm like losing my mind. It says Deya. I'm gonna say Africa. No, I think it's Brazil. The hell? It was Italian? Guys, I'm doing really bad on the dailies today. It's because it's timed. Once we go to the regular one, it'll be fine. Pakistan? It wasn't even, bro. That's the funny thing. Oh, finally, we could see people. We can't see if he's black or white, though. Or brown or other colors. Okay, brown and Spanish makes me think near equator. It says Timor. Isn't Timor a place? Wait, this is not Spanish. Where's Timor in? I forgot. Umbu. What is it? India, Pakistan, Kazakhstan. Sheesh! I'm about to get banned. Look what that says, bro. Nah, it doesn't say it. It doesn't say it. India? Yeah, I'm thinking India too. This looks like a very famous place or some shit. I don't know. Oh, Malaysia maybe? Malaya? We got 2 minutes to guess, so we're okay here. BNI is a famous company, but... Oh. That looks like money. The hell is that, bro? I don't know. Bro, I don't know what that is, bro. I don't know. Malena. Malena's my girlfriend's name. She broke up with me last night. Yo, One Piece? I haven't heard this song in a minute, bro. Bro, all the graffiti is like in a weird... I don't know. Let's see. I'm thinking India now too, actually. AIDS! Oh, it's definitely India. Definitely India. I was just joking. Where's Darkness when you need him? AIDS reminds you of her? Bro, what the hell is that? What even is that? That's a fake... It was Malaysia! Wait, how big is Malaysia? What is it? Jakarta? Jakarta is Malaysia... Bro, I don't know, bro. I don't know this side of the world, bro. Timor-Leste? What is this island? What is this? What is this shit, bro? It's not shit. I apologize. Mario speedrun when? During the, one day. How did I miss this, bro? Not... It says Indonesia right here. Oh, Malik. You should have known. Malik's dad is from Indonesia. I'm kind of disappointed in him. Come on, bro. Oh, this whole thing is Indonesia. Okay. Mario speedrun when we do the subathon. Jackie Chan sings. He does. Yeah, bro. Man, Money MP told me about that actually. Mad good singer. I don't know about mad good, but I like that you're putting One Piece songs, bro. This brings me back to college days. Which I used to think college days was only like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Bro, that was like 4, 5, 6 years ago already. Jesus Christ. It is funny, bro. You gotta hear him sing, bro. You gotta hear it. I heard it because of Mad Money MP. We were hanging out at our mutual friend's house, and he was singing. Oh, I remember the song. One Piece OP ... Yo, 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 bro. I meant to put 3. That's not even the button for 3. You just got trigger excited. Okay, this looks like a Nordic country. The tile and the cars they're driving on the left side. It looks like European. I'm thinking North Europe, Italy / Sweden, Norway, Finland type stuff. I don't know what sun placement does, but that should help. Gotta love the guitar in this song. You can't hear it that much, but yeah, sounds nice. I like opening 14. Opening 14 is one of my favorite openings for One Piece. I learned that on piano a bit too. I was about to say, why can't I go there? And then I realized because it's literally pictures from the Google car. I feel like this is Naples or a Nordic place. Oh, I could snooze. You could snooze more than 3 times for ads? Wait, I just discovered something as a streamer. You could snooze more than 3 times. It says available in 49 minutes, 50 seconds. Holy shit. That's a sick-ass house. Sweden? It's hidden, but when you notice it, you can't unhear it. Fair enough. It does sound good. 8, 3, 10, 1, 11, and 9. Those are very specific. The only one I remember for sure is 1. Which is like a classic song. You know what? You said Sweden? I'm gonna go with what you said, bro. Boom. Slovenia. Who cares about Slovenia, bro? That wasn't that good. I know Timmy said to keep streaming, but I'm getting tired. Yo. So. Yeah. What is that fight you sent? Is that from Dragon Ball, Malik? Words on stream to end it all? Off? Tweak out. I love these emotes. They are great. Thank you, Malik. Nah, words on stream is... I don't want new people to pop in and then, like, to end stream, you know? It's just a music video? Oh, okay, cool. One Mario speedrun to finish it off. Bro, Mario takes a while to set up. I do miss it, though. I'm not gonna lie. I want to go back to it. Maybe we play Mario tomorrow. You can do it! Thank you. This is America. Alright, we got 15. This is definitely America. We'll finish this set, and then we'll rate someone that's also playing GeoGuessr to just continue it.
Instead of rating, okay, I'm sad. I hate my life. Being a sad monkey is one of the worst things you can be. And I just hate it. Everyone hates me. Respect the monkey. Respect it.
Just stream without just stream without timer. I did say your name. Give me a second, Timmy. Just stream without timer. It's once it hits midnight, the lights go off to remind me that it's getting late. The only thing is I want to wake up early because I got to do a lot of shit tomorrow. And just in general. Why is this? What? Speed limit 25. Speed limit 35. Bruh. You telling me one direction 25, other direction 35? Is that normal? Mad weird. Where do you guys think this is in America? But yeah, I do see the I mean, how long I stream is important because I need to use other things to make money, right? Because I'm not making a full-time living right now. So until then, if I'm making a full-time living streaming, I'm going to be streaming like 8 hours a day probably. But yeah. What's going on? The monkey thing? Someone redeemed the monkey. I think Mac did. Yeah, Mac did. I become a sad, well, the sad monkey comes in and takes over stream for a bit. He's always sad. He's always complaining and shit. I did say your name. I said.
My God, I am so sad. I am so sad. We monkeys, we get no respect. We get no love. Everyone loves their dogs and cats. No one loves their monkeys. I don't get it. Why, world? Why? Always raining cats and dogs, never raining monkey. Monkey.
Nice song, do you know? Anyway. Yeah, that's what that is. Took all my points the other day. You wanna have 60k? I thought your stream got hacked for a second. That's a dope monkey effect. Thanks. There's a bunch of stuff I'm gonna be adding. I've been adding the past 2 days because I've been studying Korean in the background. I listen to like a Twitch streamer that speaks Korean and spend time like adding stuff. But Sad Monkey has been here for a while. This looks very similar to the vibe of where I live. Allahu Akbar. What is this song? Well, I know Allahu Akbar doesn't mean blow up, but still. That was very random to hear. Always reminds me of driving home in the rain after work. Okay, so let's go Idaho then. I don't know enough about the states, even though I live in it. Bro, where's Idaho, bro? I got you, bro. Bro, stupid. It's Virginia. Good guess, though. Good guess. Okay, this looks German or Nordic? Kellis Priser. I can't tell. You'll want to do song queue, but you know what? I'm going to add queue as an option because that makes more sense. Yeah, I'm going to add that after stream. Queue for song queue. That makes more sense. It's our boy Frank Ocean. Oh, Max would hate being here. We have a friend, Max. He hates Frank Ocean. Oh, this is not that bad, actually. It's chill. I said, I can't go wrong with Frankie Ocean. I said, I don't know if the states look like... I guess they all look the same. Oh. What did it say to me before? Oh, my bad, my bad. I was saying, I don't know if we're going to stream super duper long. Sorry. Because you said, wait, stream longer. That's why. It's open 8 to 22. Stupid. 22 is not a time. We got Dress Man. That was a joke, by the way, for anyone who didn't get that. Wait, what if I do this? What if I get the QR code? Shit, it doesn't work. That could have helped. We could have seen the URL. Lore and Sun. What language do you say lore for Saturday? No problem. Okay. Let's go! Oh my god. Oh, bro. Who put this shit, bro? I hate this shit, bro. I hate it. I hate it. Oh my god. Thank god it was just the 20-second meme. I like saying Slasibako, but I hate that the devil sound shit, bro. Der Arrustadel. That's where the O is from? Are there... But that's Germanic, right? It could be a different country that's Germanic. Jackie Chan, baby, let's go! This is Jackie Chan. I think Bosch is German. All right, let's go Germany. If you guys are wrong, you owe me 100 bits or an IQ plus. No, I guess you guys don't owe me anything, but stupid. I told you guys it was Nordic. It was Sweden. What? Let's go. Oh, for Jackie Chan, yeah. Why Mong Jong Wai? Yo, 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 yo. Fun hey. I love you. Okay, I have you. I was thinking Nordic, but yeah, I wasn't sure. I honestly wasn't sure. Okay. Oh shit. Bro, I'll 100% check them out if they're playing your map. Followed with notifications on. When was the last time you worked on your map, by the way? Karaoke stream when, though? During the subathon, though. Or if Mad Money MP comes over, we'll drink and do karaoke. I'll tell you. I don't want to karaoke alone. And not drunk. I want to be drunk. Oh, she's pretty cute, bro. I'm joking. It's like a little girl. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. You better? I will. Lol, I'm down. You see? Oh, we got Cambodian People's Party. Let's go. Jong hey. Guys, put some Korean music. I'm studying Korean now. It's next to the water. Watch. Let's go. Okay. I love you. And then you just pretend like you know. Cortez is the one learning Korean, yes. Well, he said that he's not been learning much lately as much, but yeah. Why did you make that face, Pigeons? Oh, there's an ad, Sag. Like January, but this person contacted me the other day and wanted to play it. Oh, that's so cool. Hell yeah. Kind of cracked, only played for 30 minutes, already made it to 50%. Bro, you gotta make it as hard as you wanted to make it. You know? Because I remember you saying, oh, you don't know if you wanted to add XYZ. You're getting canceled by liking a girl that's... Bro, I like making those jokes. I don't know why. I think it's because they're awkward and they're random and people don't expect it, so it's like funny to me. But... Oh, that was English over there. This like looks like doctor's area. I got some good-looking cars. Some good-looking people. I'd smash that guy. Next weekend, you can stream our karaoke. Wait, what? What's next weekend?
Love being dipped in chocolate.
What's next weekend? My balls love being dipped in chocolate. Wow! When will I play Darkness map? When it's done. Well, I probably wouldn't be able to play it. 3 hours? I don't know why I said 30 minutes. Oh, 3 hours. Okay. 30 minutes? I was like, damn, your map's too easy, bro. Still, you should make it harder. You're getting, Hey, One Piece. It's not as hard as it originally was because the first two playtesters helped me balance it, but they still say it's harder than the hardest map out right now. Oh, shit. Canada? Ugh. Why'd they got Canada and America? I don't know. I don't know where the hell that is, bro. Bro, Nova Scotia, of course. I have a friend who lives in Nova Scotia. He used to jump on stream a bit more often. If he was here right now, that would be like so perfect. Laugh minus? Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry. If you would have waited, I would have told you that. Oh, my bad. I'm just kind of chilling with GeoGuessr. It's more so just to talk to you guys right now. Crazy rainbow star, twinkle twinkle rainbow star. I don't know how the thing goes for that. And no, I didn't memorize that. It's all written right here. Yeah, the area code was there. You could have helped, I suppose. Jesse trying to do karaoke next weekend. It depends who shows up. Some people in our friend group are not Twitch TOS friendly, so Do you know who's showing up? Plus, I don't want to have rap music like for 10 hours straight. You were born in Nova Scotia? Wait, do you live in Nova Scotia? Oh shit. Not the chat, I'm talking to Ping. Oh, just to do karaoke, not on stream? Sure. Hit me up just message me on the phone or messenger and we'll talk more about it later. Everyone's shouting on the person who made the hardest map out. Who cares if they're toxic? But I know I can understand that. I was about to buy a plane ticket. Do this song for karaoke for $100 worth of subs. Okay, that's easy, bro. Darling, darling. I just did it, bro. Where's my $100 worth of subs? Ping asking Timmy to dox him. Okay. Yeah. You don't need to tell me where. You were born in Nova Scotia, though. Oh, that's so cool. Shit. Did you recognize the area? I wish I stayed more in that area then. All my encouragement came from the Koreans who wanted to play. They were all super respectful and wanted a challenge. English is super entitled to have everything. Just like Americans, bro. Why do you think I like Southeast Asian culture more than American culture in certain aspects? It's because I feel like a lot of Americans are just assholes. I mean, I'm an asshole, but yep. Yeah, message me. Yo, what's up, Tommy? How you doing? Ping asking Timmy to the... My last name's the castle's name there. Look up the McDonald clan. McDonald clan? Is it like KKK? Clan McDonald is a Highland Scottish clan and one of the largest Scottish clans. Oh shit, that's so cool. Are you Scottish? Oh shit. Is that your sister? Is that your grandpa? Damn. Is that I don't know what to say there. I don't know why Song Q didn't pop up there. You gotta look up the castle. Oh, you're right. Hello, Tommy. How you doing, Tommy? How you doing? Why are you spamming, Mac? You're gonna get timed out if you continue for 10 more seconds. 10, 9. Are you? Because you're trying to do Song Q and it's not working. You spelled Q wrong, bro. Actually, you didn't. I don't know why it didn't work. I got you, though. It is I, Timmy. No, there's a Timmy in chat. That's why. I'm not confusing you and Timmy. Don't worry, Tommy. I remember who you are. Pokemon boy? McDonald's. Wait, is your last name Armadale? Wait, so if I look up Timmy Armadale, am I gonna find you on Facebook? Maybe I shouldn't do that, yeah? Damn, that's a legit castle, bro. So, is that your castle? Do you live in... Were you born in the castle? Are you a prince? Are you rich? You want to gift me subs? Mr. Ice. Ban PP for attempt at doxing. No? Oh. Ban self by ending stream. I'm so funny. Damn, that looks cool. Well, no, this looks sad, but the rest of it looked cool. Timmy isn't probably his name. My name ain't Tommy. What's your name, bro? Tell me. Or don't tell me. You don't need to tell me. I got you, Mac, with Song Q. That's tragic. Hayden? Hayden. I want to try to remember that so I never forget it. Hayden. I felt so bad. I forgot Timmy was from Canada. Jesus. Elliot. That is my name. My name is a basic white boy name. Is Hayden a... Oh, Timmy? I think you've told me your name once. Or maybe you haven't. But I don't remember. What is it, bro? What is it? Timmy? Unless you don't want to say it, which is fine. You're like, it's Timmy. Dinell doxes himself. He literally puts his first and last name on. Like, Dinell Gigabyte, bro. Come on. Hey, the heavy. That's like one of your favorite songs, right? Sorry, change hero. If you can guess what U.S. state from, I'll give 20 subs. What, this? Or where you're from? All right. All right, we're gonna do some investigation here. Where I'm from? All right. I'm gonna read all your logs. I'm not gonna get this wrong. 20 subs is money, bro. I'm 6'3". Okay, you're pretty tall. Did you ever mention where you? I don't think you did, but you have an 8-inch PP. It's pretty big, pretty big. What else we got? Any other clues here? What are you doing, Step Bro? You like Step Bros? So Alabama, it might be an option here. Alabama, maybe. Oh, let's go! No joke, I do live in my Alabama. Aha! Let's keep reading, though. Let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. Anything else? Anything else? Ha! I'm gonna say Alabama. Is it Alabama? Gotta go sleep. Have a nice stream. Have a great night, pigeons. Yeah, I was gonna end stream by now, but the vibes are good, so I didn't. Thanks for popping in, bro. Bye-bye. No, you can't say that, then. You can't say. Oh. All right, give us a hint. Missouri, bro. Like, I'm gonna remember Missouri. Missouri, Michigan, and Minnesota confuse the hell out of me, bro. I'm not gonna lie. They're all M. They're all M. I don't know how anyone remembers those states. Missouri. Hayden from Missouri. You're Hayden, Missouri. That was a really dumb joke. I'm in Missouri. No, you're in Idaho. Oh, you're not gonna say her name to me? Okay. Yeah, that wasn't funny. I'm happy you guys do that when I'm not funny, because IQ, okay, I'll take it. I don't know why my IQ went up, but yo, this is Chiojdini. I'm happy you guys do that, because sometimes I feel like I make really dumb jokes just to say something. Like, I wouldn't even say that IRL. That's a sexy ass cow. What the hell? But you guys are teaching me. Where is this? I think this is Nordic. I'm gonna go Sweden. Watch this. I don't even need to zoom in, bro. Watch this. Oh, it's Romania. There's a lot in Romania, bro. Cows do be like that. India? Romania, bro. Romania. That cow is prego. I would smash. Yo, Timmy. 403. What you got, bro? 403. That's your favorite country? Romania? Why? Bro, I already forgot your name. Hayden. I'm Hayden his name. Ah! Hayden Tommy. Hayden Tommy. Hayden. Bro, Tommy is easier. I've never met a Hayden. Calgary, $100. Yeah, that was, thank you. I deserve that. Calgary, $100. You would bet $100 that this is Calgary? What is Calgary? North. It's in America, yeah? But where in America? Bro, I bet you're right, Timmy. In Canada? Oh, Calgary. Bro, I don't know, bro. All I know is Alberta, like, and the famous ones. Quebec, Toronto, Ontario. Left side? Okay. Montreal, Vancouver, Calgary. Bro, good shit, bro. Oh my god, you're a beast. Vampires, Castles, Black Sea, Soviet Puppet State. VSBSSP. I love that show. I don't know why you said that. Oh, that's why that's your favorite country? Oh, because they have vampires, castles, Black Sea, and Soviet puppets. Wait, why Soviet puppets day makes you love Romania? That's so random. Japan. 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 This is Japan. Like, I'm not even gonna look around. Japan. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hell yeah. The roofs give it away. Yeah? Yeah. GG. This is a good song. This is one of Mad Money MP's favorite songs. I like it also. Frank Sinatra? That's a good song too. Take your scraps. Let's go. Hell yeah. I'll take it, bro. Hell yeah. Stop. In the name of love. I would say US, but we've gotten a lot of Canadians lately. 1-800. Holy shit. 1-800 is the advertisement one. It's an actual area code I recognize. 516. 516? So hold on. I'm coming. That's a good song. Hold on, I'm coming. Eric Clapton sings it, and other people. That's life. That's life. All the people say. One die in April, shut down in May. What was that road? Pine Road, I think. And my tune. Back in top in June. Oakland, Neck Road, Pine Neck Road. Yeah, I don't really like rap, but anything else is chill. But you could also put rap. If it's like chill rap, it's actually pretty decent, I think. Drill. I guess I don't really like drill or really heavy metal. Everything else is probably fine. Pine Neck Road, yes. Pine Neck Road. He doesn't like gangster rap. Gangster rap could be okay. I don't know. I guess if it's so intense that it's distracting from the actual content, I don't really like it. And I feel like a lot of rap music feels like that. Or I just feel weird listening to it for rap. But for heavy metal, that's what it feels like. Waterfront 631. That's like. I'll put it in if you're 18 or older. That's the only way. I'm cheating, but you should know this one. Why should I know this one? Oh, so it's in New York. I got you. I got you, bro. Upstate New York, bro. Wait, what? Malik, this is near Stony Brook. Did you recognize that? That's some random ass place. I've never been there. No one goes to Long Island, okay? So that's not my fault, bro. Here, let me show you guys what New York is like. New York City. You got Manhattan, where 90% of people are. It's not really true. Then you got Brooklyn. I live here. All right? And then you got everything else that doesn't really matter. Tommy, this is what you do. Na-na, tonight. You could put a link or the name of the song. Where exactly do you live? Honestly, if I didn't live with family, I don't know if I would care that much about doxing myself, but I live with family, so not today. All of the top 10 most common street names in the US are named after trees, if you get rid of the numbered ones. Really? All of the top 10 most common street names in the US are named after trees. Well, I saw 1-800. Maybe that's... But I thought that's just national? I don't know. You do not know that song, bro. Trinidad and Tobago. That's just your... Does your mom know that song? Thanks for the lurk, bro. See you soon. Or later. I think Mainstream and one other are also in there, but it's mostly trees. That's funny, bro. Is that where Pokemon gets its inspiration for professors? Professor Oak, Professor Willow. Oh, this song sounds nice. I like the songs you're requesting today, guys, because I haven't heard a lot of them. I like hearing new songs. Cage the Elephant. I'm gonna save this on my Spotify. Dinell put it. Very nice. It looks like Dinell and Mad Money MP have similar taste in music. Cool. I love the song. I grew up with it. Oh, you meant the Trinidad one. Oh. Most streets are called First, Second, Main, and so on. Broadway probably up there. I said get rid of the numbered ones though. Wait, why are you song requesting the same song? Or is it the same author? Oh, it's the same artist, Cage the Elephants is Max's like third favorite artist. Bro, I could see that being Max, our friend Max, he loves like this type of music. I feel like this is his go-to music. Or like fringe indie artists that no one knows that makes music similar to this tone. Cigarettes. Yeah, it's some more Max type music. You're only 17? Bro, chill. 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 At least 18, bro. Come on. Alright, bro. Like, what is this? What is this place, bro? What is this place, bro? This is not a real place. Cage only makes 2 songs I like. But you know, they do be bangers. Cool. I will say it's almost midnight. Yeah, this will be the last set. After this, I think we'll end stream. Sorry, guys. Aww. We'll be back tomorrow. Maybe speedrunning? If I'm feeling like speedrunning. If not, we'll probably do Hollow Knight going into Wordle and GeoGuessr. This actually looks kind of familiar. Oh, nice. They're pretty good. Yeah, I like this song. Sounds nice. Sounds like a song I could make, though. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Celeste. I tried to install it. It didn't work. I actually did. I put a reminder on my whiteboard because I knew I'd forget about it. Look, I press install. Like, it wasn't working. Oh, Jared has it. Oh, I didn't know that. Bro, why are these indie games so expensive, though? I thought indie games supposed to be cheap. It's like $20. Speedrun when? What? We'll see. We'll see if I get to speedrunning Celeste. I don't know if that's maybe certain sections or certain strawberry things, golden strawberries or whatever. I thought I installed it already. I legit thought I installed it already. What is this song? Oh, it's this song. I know the song. You can speedrun Celeste. That's a pretty good speedrun. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna lie. I really enjoyed speedrunning Mario 64. I really enjoyed it. I don't mind, and it's in my mind like a game that I'll always keep to play. And it's a game that, you know, never dies, never gets old. So Celeste could become one of those too. $20 for indie games normal? Oh. I thought it was like $5-10, but I guess the really good ones would be more pricey, yeah? At least they're not paying $60 for the same recycled FIFA or COD game. Yeah, but I get more out of a COD game. I play COD a lot, that's but I think that's fair, yeah. I mean, COD is changing now. Warzone is free. They update that a lot. They're updating the older games. They're not making as frequent games anymore. The next Call of Duty will be the only one for like 2-3 years. So, but yeah. FIFA's actually pretty fun. COD is gross. I love Call of Duty. I don't know. I grew up with first-person shooters. So, Halo, Call of Duty. That's pretty much it. FIFA's fun, but buying every year is meaningless. I've played my cousin's FIFA a little bit, and that's pretty much it. So I don't have a good insight on that. Bro, I'm gonna say Northern Italy. I just go with those vibes. Timmy said he recognized it, or Tommy. South Africa. Okay. Oh, that was really beautiful. Whoa, this place looks mad cool. This place actually looks sick as fuck. Ta-da! I find it interesting that you play COD, but don't get why we like Mario Kart. It's like the same thing, but different genre. Yeah, that is true. I guess because when I play Mario Kart, well, Mario Kart feels. Oh, this is France. Oh no, Trinidad.tr. Mario Kart is. It feels like it's a bit it's very frustrating because it feels like there's so much more RNG, whereas Call of Duty like doesn't feel like it's as much RNG. But maybe that's because I'm not as good in Mario Kart. Mario Kart's mad annoying. Like people could just green shell you out of nowhere. It's still fun, but yeah, I get what you're saying, guys. O with ... does not mean Germany. Keep that in mind. You can get a FIFA for free if you have Xbox Game Pass. Oh, that's cool. Star Wars Battlefront 4 Life. Honestly, though, if I had friends to play that game with, I would probably play it a lot. It was pretty fun, the little that I played. I've only had FIFA 04, 10, 15, 20. You buy it every 5 years. 04 is pretty old, though. Damn. 04? How old were you, bro? You were young. And you're the older. You don't have older siblings. Oh, that's weird. You can get Mario Kart's fun though, but you're good at Mario Kart. I would say I'm average, maybe, at Mario Kart. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. It's just very hard for me to continuously play it because it drives me crazy sometimes. And also, I don't know. Yo, the vibes of this place look mad nice. Is this the Trinidad song? Yo, this sounds mad nice. Assaccini. You know how I said we would end stream soon? I do want to try one more thing before ending stream. After this area. Benjai Trini. I'm getting a lot of new songs today. Benjai Trini. Yo. I guess that's kind of reasonable, but it's basically the same. Oh, no, yeah. No, I got what you meant right away. It for sure is. But I guess because Call of Duty also... It is similar. It is similar. I feel like I could improve my sniping skills by continuously playing as a sniper, but in Mario Kart, I don't feel like I can improve unless I learn shortcuts. And that's like active improvisation. With Call of Duty, because it's so fast, like it's so... Like I feel like you have to be really quick with the trigger finger. Mario Kart, you got to be careful also how you are, but it's... To grow, I need to do stuff off stream to grow, I feel like. Which is like work. I don't know if that makes sense. Nintendo doesn't make a Mario Kart every year. That's true. Piano Man. Hey, nice. You know, if you didn't want RNG, you could make it mushrooms only. That's true. But then it wouldn't be as interesting, probably. You think Turkey? It looks like a Muslim place, actually. He's wearing the Muslim thing. They're brown. He has a big beard. Turkey might be a great guess, actually. Let's try Turkey. TR sounds like Turkey. Yeah, I think Turkey is a great guess. Good shit, bro. Now I would be surprised if it's not Turkey. Hell yeah, bro. Oh, it's Istanbul, of course. I should have guessed it's Istanbul. Okay. This is what I want to do. Okay, guys? Oh, I like this song. Play game. I just want to see if this is working. I might as well test this on stream right now. This is not what I was planning on doing, but... Hey, it's working! Okay, we're gonna play Celeste tomorrow. For God Monkey stream. Yeah, let me close that. I finally installed Marbles. I don't know why so many people go crazy for Marbles. So, I want to test it out a bit. Clock on a Saturday. Good shit, Malik. I learned from playing with y'all. I saw Jimmy and Doctor taking shortcuts and practice while playing y'all. Yeah. But I would want to look up because I know some shortcuts because I've like you said, like I see other people do it and then so I just learned them. But to become like better, I would have to like really pay attention to other ones. I lose my marbles for marbles. Really? Why is it so exciting for people? This game's about to open a new browser. I have no idea how this game works. Like, no idea. Okay, so I tried to figure it out off stream, but it was like so hard to understand. Have you guys ever played with another streamer? Do you know where I would have to go? Community maps? Like, viewer choice? Like, create? I don't know. Roblox stream? We actually did Roblox streams before at 50 subs. Yeah, Roblox stream at 50 subs. I don't like Roblox much, bro. I don't really like Roblox streams. Roblox in general. But we did do one Roblox stream that I actually really enjoyed. Obviously, there's so many games in Roblox. I don't like how it looks for a lot of the games. It just looks like a worse version of a different game that already exists a lot of the time. But we play Roblox very rarely, but sometimes here. Yeah, I like Piano Man. I won a tier 2 sub through it. Really? You don't know the setup process? No worries. Yeah, a lot of people go crazy for this game. Like crazy. A lot of viewers. It's a good way to like spin a wheel at 5 subs. It's a good thing like for giveaways and stuff. I wish I knew what to do here. I tried to do it off stream, but I needed an audience. Oh, here we go. Streamer. Viewer. Stats. Okay. Okay, it says streamer and shit. Race. Okay, there we go. Race. Type vote with a number. Fortnite stream? I actually played Fortnite off stream the other day. Bro, Fortnite stream almost never. Fortnite stream is pretty much like, I like FPSs, but not Fortnite. So many young kids, and it's just also just not that enjoyable to me. So here, let's say vote 1, vote 12, yeah. Oh, okay, cool. So the voting is not working, whatever. Vote 69. Maybe don't put a space. Maybe that's why. Think you just select a map, then start, then we exclamation press play. Let's see. Star Wars Battlefront stream when? Guys, do exclamation point play mods. Sing us a song with the Piano Man. Star Wars Battlefront stream when I have the game. It's only on Microsoft, right? I played at like a cousin or a friend's house or something. And if I had a squad to squad up with, I would play it for that. You have to start it before we do that? Are you sure? All right. I think. Damn it. Oh, here. Okay, yeah, you're right. This summer I'd be down to play with you. Okay. Is it only on Xbox though? Because I don't really have an Xbox. Type play number or to enter the race. Okay, play 1, I guess. Join. Oh, I joined. Is this subscriber only? I want it to be everyone. Type exclamation point play number. Well, I guess you guys would have to have marbles on stream as well. Yo, what's up, Epicuro? How you doing? Did the stream just die? What just happened? It didn't. Okay. Play 2. It looks like we only have 1 ball in here, and it's my ball. Huh. Bro, this shit's mad confusing. Anyone know how this works? We don't need to have it, but you get some custom stuff if you do have it. It's on PS4? Oh! So yeah, maybe the summer we'll play then. It's free with Xbox. Oh, gotcha. We don't need to, okay. Huh. Yeah. How to have viewers join marbles on stream. Try changing the rules. But if it's subs only, you guys should be able to.
Interested in and click through. If you want to join in their race, all you need to do, if they have a race up, which is what this is, you just need to type exclamation point play, and then you can add a number based on their loadout and pick a marble they have. So I want the number 1, and I'll type exclamation point play number 1, and then we'll be in the channel. Then you can enjoy the race with the streamer.
Huh? Liar.
In the channel. Down, look for that streamer you're interested in, and click through. If you want to join in their race, all you need to do, if they have a race up, which is what this is, you just need to type exclamation point play, and then you can add a number based on their loadout and pick a marble they have.
Press number based off the loadout. What is this loadout? Guys, try to do play 1. Maybe because it's the first map. Or was it the 5th map? I think it was 1. I'm working on translation stuff. I have to define who the audience of your video is and who the audience of your videos with subtitles aims to be. I'm not gonna lie, if you could define who my audience is, bro, you'd be doing me a favor too, so. That sounds cool. Try play 1 without a space now. What a professional streamer I am. Oh, here, player list. Enter player name. Qualified? What? Oh, here, play 2. Type play in a number or use... Huh? This game's mad weird, bro. What number do we press? It doesn't say. Can I enter you guys? Dr. Gur? Would this work? Oh, that's just a player list to filter. I kicked myself. Weird. Oh, because I'm number 1. You guys have to go in order maybe. Number 2, number 3, number 4. Try that. Try to go number 2. You know, like play 1. Play 2. I feel like there's some setting you're missing. I only ever have to press... Okay. Seems like there is some setting I'm missing then. How do I exit this shit, bro? Oh, there we go. How to start? I'm such a noob. Audio, mouse. I assume your audience is between 14 and 25 years, more or less. Yeah, I think that's very accurate. People mostly from US and mostly male. Yeah, that's accurate. I think that's accurate so far. I like this song, bro. You guys are playing some nice songs. Oh, this is another caged elephant. That's why. Trouble. Well, let me just add this. Customize. Race. Vote for the number. Viewer choice. Like, I keep on this. Meanwhile, I'll lurk. Okay, thanks for the lurk, bro. Back play. I looked at this before. You know, I have these unchecked, so you don't need a marble account. It's not sub only. Wall eliminator, I guess, whatever that shit is. That's whatever. Like, I looked at all these settings and it looked fine before. And we got my profile here. It's just mad confusing, bro. Ah! I just linked me to their website. Like, do I have to press create here? Create my own community? You hit start cooldown. Try settings at the bottom right. Is there Twitch? Yeah, my Twitch is already connected. 9 o'clock on a Saturday. I don't think I have to create an account. Them season top streamers. We gotta be up there. Customize, shop. Like, race is the only arcade. Like, race makes sense to click, right? This game mode puts the streamer in control of all the marbles. What? Race? I don't get this shit, bro. Royale? Grand Prix? Like, use votes. You know what? Let's try some other mode. Maybe it's the mode. You got it working? I did? There's no votes here. I thought it should have been working. No. Okay. Like winner choice, viewer choice. Like I don't get this shit. This just scrolls it. Hit race. This might help. I think I looked at this. Find a streamer, then type play in their chat. Yeah, it's from the from viewers' perception. Oh, as a streamer. Okay. Connect your Twitch account. I did that. You can choose individual races or create a Grand Prix of multiple races. We're ranked as one of the best games. Like, that's all it says. Maybe I have to do Grand Prix or individual. Yeah, I think I've read this one too. Like, I read a bit before streaming, but I thought maybe I would have. Oh! The hell? Does this not look different? Oh, it's a different map, that's why. How behind is this? Here, I'll show you how behind. 1. 2. Hit start? Wait, you want me to hit start? But it's gonna start with only me in it, no? You guys are not What happens if I press start? Try to join now, guys. Try to join. It's not gonna work, is it? Oh, how do you do this shit, bro? What the hell? I think that will start without us. Yeah. Yo, it's so laggy. Jesus. This shit does not make sense. Bro, it hates me because I'm Jewish. That's the only explanation I could think of. Select platform? What? Was that there before? This shit's so laggy. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Twitch it's successful. Twitch login. The settings for manual changing your like no. Ah, account ID. I don't know if I want to show you guys that. I don't know how important that is. Oh, this is terms of service. Tutorials. Game key. I probably have to link it up to Twitch somehow. But I thought it did.
If you just want to go into racing right away, all you have to do is click the race tab. Here, under standard races, you'll see number 1 to 48. You can have your viewers vote for a track by typing !vote and then the number of the track. And then the viewer's choice will show up under this button.
It didn't work.
And it will take you there.
Didn't work.
As well, you can continue the racing choices race after race by allowing the winner to choose the race if you'd like, or you can just choose random. There's also a Marble Royale option, 8 different maps. Last marble standing. It's an same thing here, viewer choice races here. Again, you can use viewer votes by clicking to choose the maps yourself. Just make sure you select. Now, for races and simulation, you can make it any number from 2 to 1,000. There's viewer races. You can change the Royale settings to be no assist or full AI control. Test your local race stats and be on the lookout for special modes like weight, so it rolls differently on the track up here. So be on the lookout.
That was so useless. These are some weird to be. Yeah, that's true. Stream is so far behind for me. Oh, damn, that sucks. Hit race. Yeah, that's what I did. I hit it right. It was right. Alright, I'm under race. I'm under it. Look up how to connect chat to marbles. I think it's supposed to automatically connect. How to connect chat to marbles. The hell is this song, bro? It's linking back to the stuff we looked at already. How do you set up marbles on Twitch?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Shut up.
Hey guys, GJC here to show you how to install Marbles on Stream for Steam and how to get it set up so you can play it with your viewers on Twitch. First, you'll need to open up Steam and search in the store for Marbles on Stream. On the
Gotcha.
game page, you should be able to see an install or play button. Click on it to install the game. Pick a
Gotcha.
destination folder. Read the user agreement and click the I agree button.
I
The
did
game will begin
that.
installing, and you can check the progress in your downloads. Once the game is installed, you can launch it. The first thing the game will ask you to do is to log in. Now, it's very important that you log in with your Twitch account and not your Steam account.
I'm already logged in with Twitch. It's successful. It said successful Twitch.
After you log in, you can add the game to your OBS scene. To add marbles, click on the Add New Source button. You can choose to add window capture.
Like,
but I
this
prefer to use
is-
game capture. Make sure to give your new source
This is like Streamer 101.
a good name. Most of the time, OBS will automatically detect any game that's running, but just in case, I prefer to set it to capture a specific window. Under the window selection, click on Marbles on Stream.
Oh my god.
Make sure to resize the window if you need to by right-clicking on the game source, and under Transform, choose Fit to see a list of standard tracks designed by the studio. Transform, choose Fit to Screen. Now drag this new source to the bottom of your source
Leave it
list
to
so
ping
all
to
your
screw
candidate
it
photos
up.
can be seen.
Yeah, it
When
is
you're ready to go live to start the
connected.
game. Now that your stream has started, click on the Race tab in the game. You'll see a list of standard tracks designed by the studio. Pick a track that you want to race on. Once the track is selected, you'll see two options, Viewer or Simulation. Make sure to pick the one that says Viewer.
No
Click
shit.
the race button to begin the race. Once the track loads, click on the drop-down menu on the top right
Oh.
of the menu bar. Here you can see the options for setting up your timer length, and it also shows players different ways that they can enter the races. You can use one of the special emotes or by typing !play in the chat. Streamers can join the races by clicking on one of the two join buttons. Racers who join are listed on the right.
Ah! It just said the same thing. They're all saying the same
Clicking
thing.
the boot symbol will kick a player from the race. The streamers and viewers can both join races also by typing !play inside the chat. Pressing the escape key on your keyboard will show the controls for the game. The camera can be moved by using the W, S, A, and D keys, similar to a first-person shooter game. The left Alt key toggles the names on the screen. The Tab key locks and unlocks the cursor to allow you to click on other things such as your chat window or OBS. The F key focuses in on a marble that you target with your cursor. This will pull up a racer's profile card. To toggle the card, press the I key. Using your mouse to scroll.
Okay,
the bottom of the
that's
marble first.
that doesn't matter already. Oh my god, bro. All right. If this doesn't work, we're just gonna have to end there. Huh? What happened to stream? Viewer doesn't work anymore? What's Bro, this game is so weird, bro. This game is so weird. Race. Now I can't I can't even press viewer. I'm just gonna reload it. I don't know how there's so little info. Surely other people had this issue. Unable to sync. Alright, whatever. It said I might lose stuff. Hit race, click erase. Yeah, I did that stuff. Relog in? Yeah. You know, last time I tried to make it work, it wouldn't even load up. Look, it automatically logged in right there. You saw that? I didn't even press anything. Race. Alright, like, what? What? It's not connected? It says login successful. It literally says login successful. It says, okay, I'm gonna unlink it. Like, alright, let's do it again. Unable to sync sounds, like unable to sync with chat. Aww. Wait, why sounds? It is connected, bro. What the hell? What's going on? Hit settings. Like settings, video, audio, input. Like input is just how to play the game. Game key. I probably don't want to show the I don't know. Okay. What? I declined the terms of service and it kicks me out of the map, the game. Bro, this app is actually trash. This app is actually trash. Oh my god. That's a low W, bro. I just wanted to play 5 minutes of marbles. I don't get it. Oh my god. Like, what? You guys don't matter anymore, apparently. It is funny, yeah. Let's go, funny plus. Connection. It shows a check mark. The account ID it shows. And now there's no check mark. And then it shows login successful. Viewer not highlighted. Marbles on stream. Why'd you funny twice? Am I that funny? How do you expect that play not working? Yes. Stupid ass game, bro. I have 4 different people and have 4 people? What a pleb. Just kidding. You need to start the game, log in with your Twitch credentials. Bring up a track to start a race. Yeah, bro. As long as your chat is not restricted with followers only or subs only, they will join. We don't have that shit here. Bro, like, how does no one have the... Oh, finally! NVIDIA. I gotta change my NVIDIA shit for this game? I have an NVIDIA graphics card. Turn off VSync, both in the game and in the control panel settings. It should help with the slow issues. No slow issues! Ah! How is there nothing? How is there nothing on the internet for this? How? Can't stop playing. Start playing. Do you have another game open? I got a lot of shit open, but... I don't have another game open. What? Like from Steam? We don't... Hollow Knight's not open. Start your stream games from your desktop icons rather than... That's what I did! Launched from Steam? If both games are open from desktop from some users, we have seen success. I opened it from desktop! It's been patched? This is 2019, bro. Patched my ass. Patched my asshole. Subs only. No subs only. Bro. Maybe end stream and restart. For real, though. Welcome back, bro. You know what? We'll do it from here. Celeste wasn't... bro, Steam sucks sometimes, bro. What if we open it from Steam? Maybe that's the issue. I never open stuff from Steam. Yeah. I am. Good idea, Timmy. You have a big delay. That sucks. Okay. Bro, like, the button doesn't even... Race. It's all a simulation, bro. All of life is a simulation, bro. What is this bullshit, bro? Like, actual bullshit game. It's like, oh, you're not... Oh, here, now it works. Okay. Now it says viewer. Alright, guys. Try to exclamation point play. Let's see if it works if I do it in chat. Is it because I have another exclamation point play? Is that why? Is it because Stream Elements has exclamation point play? Bro, if it's that, bro, that is so dumb. I had a theory and now it is clearly wrong. Well, I have a theory now. I'm gonna take... I can't get rid of exclamation point play, though. It's literally for the music. Like... And only I have access to it. Could be. Alright, I'm gonna undo it. Try to exclamation point play now, guys. Change it to play music. That's so much longer. Yeah, I'll do that. Well, I can't change it. It's like it's built into it. Maybe switch play with resume. The thing is I can't change it because I can't change it. I can only disable it. All right, let me disable it now. I disabled it though, so like I don't get it. I don't get this shit, bro. Everyone's like, play. Whatever. I don't know, man. What an awesome stream that ends with this bullshit game, bro. I'm so excited, man. I bought the game a while ago. It wasn't working for a couple of days. I booted it up yesterday or today. It was actually today. It was working. I was like, hell yeah. But I can't test it out because I'm not streaming. No, I was in because I manually pressed join. I wasn't in any other way. And now viewer is not an option. Do you need to have an X amount of viewers to play? Maybe that's it? That would be kind of dumb. Marbles on stream doesn't let me play with viewers. Move your camera. My camera in the way? Oh, I see what you mean. I don't know if that's much more useful, actually. Right, I'll put it on the top left for now. I mean, I assumed you need to be streaming. I don't know if you have to have people in chat or to be streaming. But I didn't want to bother anyone. So I was like, oh, I'll just do it during stream. Like, I'm sure it'll work. Because I looked at how to set it up and it was pretty simple. Yeah, I don't know. You don't need to be live, just need to play ! Play to join the race when you were hosting it. I might have to run on administrator. You need to go to the installer directory and run the installer as an administrator. Just set your chat to sub-only mode. What? Bro, people on Twitter don't know. If there's an X on that streamer, yeah, I'm bored now. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's really behind for me. Oh, there's an X on that streamer thing? No, bro. We could try something off stream. Yeah, let's just give up. Damn, that took too long. I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna end stream. It's later than I expected, but I'll try to figure out marbles for tomorrow's stream. We're gonna play Celeste tomorrow. We're gonna do some Wordle. Should be a chill stream tomorrow too, a nice one. Marbles. All right, I'll try to fix it off stream. Thanks, guys. Poo at the zoo. Oh. All right, let's do the bye byes. Where's my buttons? Okay. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for the sub, Malik. I don't know if you're still here. Raid? Nah. We're not gonna raid. I don't feel like it now. I want to go eat food and chill. It's like past midnight. I know how it works, but I can't help when stream is this behind. Like you just said, the thing I said right now. Oh. Yeah. Discordo maybe, yeah. We'll figure it out for next time. Oh, it shows VIPs. Hey, Cortez. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Have a great night. All right? And I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Celeste, some Wordle stuff games, Wordle GeoGuessr stuff, and hopefully for some marbles. Thanks for popping in. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye. Good night, bro. Good night, Dinelle.